please find their seats. Thank you all for coming to the Indiana Family and Social Services Administration's quarterly financial review. We will begin with the Division of Family Resources led by Sunshine Beam. A quick reminder, if you have questions, please use the Ask the Secretary email address, which you can find at askthesecretary@fssa.in.gov, or raise your hand and someone will bring you a note card so that you can fill out your question, and then we will be asking the questions at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
All right, good morning. Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning. Welcome to the June 2025 Quarterly Financial Review. Is it on? Is that better? You're good. Okay. Here is an overview outline of the things we're going to cover today for the Division of Family Resources. Just a brief introduction for the Division of Family Resources for anyone who may not know. We are the Family and Social Services Administration Division of Family Resources is responsible for the timely and accurate delivery of SNAP and TANF benefits. DFR is also responsible for the timely and accurate determination for Indiana's Medicaid programs such as HIP. DFR manages programs to support refugees, employment and training services for some SNAP and TANF recipients, and burial services for some Medicaid recipients. DFR has 102 local offices across Indiana with at least one office in every county. Indiana has 102 local offices and 10 regional change centers across the 10 DFR regions, and DFR leases 846,000 square feet across the state. This is our SFY 2025 wrap-up. DFR saw approximately 1.2 million walk-ins that were served at DFR local offices. We received 3 million phone calls to our 800 number. We received approximately 1.3 million applications across the 3 programs, Medicaid, SNAP, and TANF. We did 1.6 million redeterminations completed across the 3 programs as well. Total SNAP issuance for the year was just a little bit more than $1.4 billion, and our total cash assistance issuance was close to $27 million. This is our DFR staffing summary. DFR staff is comprised of state employees and contract employees. Our average for 2025 was exactly 1,270 state employees and 1,980 contract employees.
Here's an overview for DFR's financial summary for the programs. If you were with us last quarter, we were projecting an overall overspend of $26.5 million. Here at the year end, the overspend was $9 million, which will touch coverage on each program on the program slides.
We will talk about SNAP first. So the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, it provides food assistance to low-income individuals. It's a federal aid program administered by the USDA Food and Nutrition Service. Distribution of benefits occurs at the state level. We use an electronic benefit card that's sort of like a debit card and accepted at most grocery stores across the state and the U.S. The benefit is currently 100% federally funded. The administration costs are currently 50-50 between the state and the federal government. These are our SNAP program metrics. So for SFY 25, on average, we serve 600,295 recipients every quarter, and then the average number of households for the year was 286,449. We received a total of 467,919 applications, and we completed 186,185 redeterminations.
Sunshine, how many, in 2010, in June of 2010, do you happen to know how many food stamp families, families we had?
We had 352,566 households.
And how many do we have today?
Today, we have today we have, it's about 580,000.
Okay, thank you. That's recipients, not households.
Oh, you're right. We have less than 300,000, so about 286.
So the point is, we've seen a surprise, for me and for most people I've spoken to about this, a surprising decrease in the number of households that are receiving food stamps.
Yes.
I mean, and not an insignificant percentage, about 20%.
Right.
Okay.
And this just is a breakdown of the SNAP issuance by quarter, but as I said, the total issuance for SFY '25 was a little more than $1.4 billion.
Here's the overall summary for SNAP admin. The cost year-end was showing a 1.5 million underspend for the year-end. The major contract that's running through here is our conduit contract. For SNAP impact, the year-end was showing a $1.3 million underspend, and this is all contract-based. Moser is 1.4 million of that, and then Equus is 4.1 million of that. For EBT, if you were with us last quarter, we were projecting an overspend of 449,000. The year-end overspend was 377,000. And that was due to a COSO charge that we wasn't originally planned for in the beginning of the year.
The Temporary Assistance for Needy Families Program, or the TANF program, provides cash assistance and supportive services to assist families with children under age 18 and pregnant women. The goal of the TANF program is to help individuals achieve or return to economic self-sufficiency. As a condition of eligibility for TANF, adult applicants are required to attend applicant job search orientation and complete job search activities, and then failure to do so without good cause will result in a denial of the application. Our TANF program metrics, on average for SFY '25, the average number of recipients was 13,192, with 10,000 of those being children, and being about 5,500 families. And then our total issuance, our total issuance was almost 27 million. We had 81,630 applications, and then we did about 6,000 redeterminations.
For TANF admin, for the spend year-end, it was 4.5 million underspend. And a lot of the expenditures that are coming out of here is from TANF cash assistance, working families, and then we had a one-time expense of 130 million that we did a transfer to help out Office of Early Childhood.
TANF funding is paid to the states via a block grant from the federal government. The TANF block grant was established in 1996. Indiana's TANF block grant is $206 million. The funding is used to support child care, TANF cash assistance, TANF impact, and other social services programs. TANF funds for other social services programs can be used to provide services that support the four goals of TANF: providing assistance to needy families, promoting job preparation and work, preventing out-of-wedlock pregnancies, and encouraging two-parent families. This is how we spent our TANF funding allocation, and you can see of the $206 million where we spent that. About $27 million went to cash assistance, $42 million to DCS programs. We had $22 million in administrative costs, services for children and youth, $36 million, additional work activities, $6.4 million, family support and family preservation, $22 million, prevention of out-of-wedlock pregnancies, $3.8 million, work and education and training, $5.1 million, and then $192 million to early child care education. The Indiana Manpower and Placement Comprehensive Training, or the IMPACT program, which we sometimes refer to the IMPACT Employment and Training Program, aims to help participants achieve economic self-sufficiency through a combination of education, training, and employment supportive services. Services available include job skills training, assistance with resume writing, interview preparation, job fairs, and employment opportunities. The IMPACT program is available to SNAP and TANF recipients. And in SFY 25 for SNAP participants, we served 3,900, and then for TANF recipients, we were served about 2,200 people. So this was the total for the IMPACT program of individuals we served. Our Medicaid program metrics on average each quarter, or for the year, the average was 1.95 million recipients on Medicaid. So Division of Family Resources processed 880,000 applications and did 1.4 redeterminations for Medicaid. DFR also administers the refugee program here in Indiana. The refugee services provide assistance and services to refugees, asylees, certain Amer-Asian, Afghan, and Ukrainian immigrants, and Cuban Haitian entrants and victims of human trafficking. Indiana Refugee Services monitors program planning, provision of services, and provides technical assistance to ensure compliance with federal and state regulations. All individuals served by the Indiana Refugee Services have legally entered the United States through the applicable federal program. This information hasn't changed since January. This program has been on hold at the federal level since then, and we have had no refugees enter Indiana through this program since January of 25.
Here's the refugee summary for the year end. We were showing a 3.9 million underspend, but on this slide it's capturing from supportive services, which is from our contracts for the resettlement agencies, and then also cash and medical for RCA, and for the medical assistance, you'll see that it's 3.3 million overspend and then 1.9 million overspend. But we just got confirmation from ORR1 that the additional funding that we needed was accepted, so we have the funding to cover that.
Division of Family Resources also administers the burial program. The burial assistance program was established by the state of Indiana to help with burial costs for individuals who are eligible in specific categories of Medicaid. Those eligible categories are Medicaid for the aged, disabled, disabled working, Medicaid for the blind, Medicaid for individuals receiving SSI, and then Medicaid for individuals receiving the room and board assistance. The maximum benefit amount for a funeral is $1,200 and a cemetery is $800. These rates were last updated in 2013. Total for SFY 25, we processed 832 cemetery assistance claims, and then for mortuary services, 4,171.
For the year end for barrels, we're showing a $641,000 underspend. But the reason for that is that we did a transfer, if you see at the bottom of the funding breakdown, we did a $2 million transfer into the program because of the $5.8 million of the regular appropriation that we get for the year hasn't been enough historically to cover the expenses in the program. So we did do a transfer of $2 million to account for the shortfall in that program. Here for county admin, this program is heavily staff-based and then also contracts. If you were with us last quarter, we were projecting a overspend of $23 million. At the year end, the overspend was for $20 million. And that was due to, for staffing, some GSA adjustments that weren't accounted for salary and fringe. And then we had some amendments for contracts that weren't planned in our original budget that we had to find funding for. And then for the other admin costs, we had a phone system that IoT required us to switch over, which we were originally projecting $7 million to be overspent, but year end it was 11.5. And the reason was because IoT billed us for the annual year this year and last year. So we had to account for that. So we don't plan on getting the annual charge of this year. DFR admin, this program is for state staff. If you were with us last year, quarter, we were projecting $298,000 overspend. At the year end, we fell to $125 overspend for the program. And next is for IADS. This is contract. The main contract for here is for Deloitte of $21 million. Last quarter, we were projecting an overspend of $4.7 million. Year end, we're showing an underspend of $427. And the reason of that is just due to timing on Deloitte submitting their claims. We're still anticipating that those expenses are going to happen. It's just going to be, they're going to be paid this year instead of last year.
And IADS is the system that DFR caseworkers use to determine eligibility. So when we refer to that, that's what we're referring to. And it stands for Indiana Eligibility Determination Services System. So just for reference, make it make more sense to someone who's not DFR.
And here we're just listing some of the major contracts that DFR has. And then if you look in the middle, it shows the program that those contracts are running through.
And just to talk a little bit about these programs, these contracts, so we can get an idea of what these contracts cover. So Knowledge Services, GuideSoft, and Maximus RCC are staffing contracts. So they provide the staffing, the contract staff that we have in the local office and the regional chain centers across the state. Mosier and Deloitte are our IT vendors that support our public-facing benefits portal and our internal IAD system that we use to determine eligibility. Equus is our employment and training vendor. Conduent EBT obviously issues EBT cards for us and does the SNAP issuance and TANF issuance. We also have a contract with Conduent for learning and development for our training services for our staff. And then we have some other, Phoenix does our document processing. We get about a little more than 1 million pages of documents sent to us every month, and Phoenix processes all of those and makes sure that we get them to the case files. Talks is a service that we pay for that provides income and wage information for SNAP, TANF, and Medicaid recipients. So that's what that contract is. And then First Data provides some administrative operational support for DFR. So unless, if there are any questions. Do you have any questions?
Can you go back to the slide where we talk about how much we're spending on administrating food stamps, or pardon, SNAP.
Yep. We're going to go back to the beginning. This one? Mm-hmm.
Okay, so today, it's a 50-50 split. My understanding, I think you told me that in the big, beautiful bill, that was going to change. Can you kind of expand on what the potential, what the ramifications for that will be in both fiscal year 27 and in the out years?
Yes, so the big beautiful bill established that at the beginning of the next federal fiscal year, so 10/1 of 26, states will be required to pay 75% rather than the 50% that we're currently paying. So that impacts this budget. It also impacts the county administration budget, which is a combination of SNAP and Medicaid and TANF funding, so it impacts that as well. The increase will be about $47 million for each year to cover the administrative costs of administering SNAP.
My understanding is that it's only 3 quarters for fiscal year 27, but 4 quarters after that. Is that am I in error?
I don't know. It's supposed to start 10/1 of 26.
Right,
so
but that's 3 quarters of.
Yes, 3 quarters of the state fiscal year.
Right, okay,
yes.
so is the 47 million, is that an annualized number, or is that
That is the annual number.
okay, so it's 3 quarters of 47, and which we can all do that math in our head.
No. Any other questions?
All right, thank you, Sunshine and team.
There you go.
We are surprisingly ahead of schedule, so we will have our next presentation will begin at 10 o'clock. If you could please find your seats. Next up is OECOSL, led by Director Adam Olson. Another reminder, if you have questions, you can send those questions to the Ask the Secretary email address at askthesecretary@fssa.in.gov, or please hold your hand up and one of us will get you a note card and we will ask those questions at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
So thank you, Marcus. My name is Adam Alson. I am the director of the Office of Early Childhood and Out-of-School Learning for FSSA, or OECOSL, and this is our head of licensing, Tequila Welch. We're here obviously for the quarterly financial review for June 2025, the end of the state fiscal year. So as a starting point, just for some background here, Office of Early Childhood and Out-of-School Learning, or OECOSL, has 2 primary responsibilities from a statutory perspective. First, we regulate and license child care programs. There are approximately 3,700 child care facilities that we regulate or license in the state of Indiana, and there's approximately 180,000 regulated child care seats. Those get broken down into child care centers, of which there's about 800 in the state of Indiana, registered ministries of around 770, and child care homes of approximately 2,100. Over 90% of the regulated and licensed child care programs in the state of Indiana accept CCDF vouchers. The second thing that the office does is that we administer the Child Care Development Fund, or CCDF, state appropriated funds and other federal grants is directed in the child care space. As we'll go into further here, the vast majority of funding that flows through the office goes to 2 voucher programs for child care. The first one is CCDF vouchers for ages 0 to 13, and then the second is the On My Way Pre-K program for 4-year-olds. For both of these programs, there are income eligibility thresholds and then also a work requirement. So it's continuing on this background idea. So what is a child care voucher, right? So what is the thing that conceptually, what do we do here? So what this is a parent that meets income eligibility requirements and a work requirement effectively can get issued a voucher from OECOSL that then that family can then go turn around and then allow their child who is in need of child care to go to a child care provider, whether that's a home, a facility, a registered ministry. It's up to the choice of the parent. And then that child care provider then is reimbursed by the state of Indiana through OECOSL in order to fund the care for that child. That's conceptually what we do. From a benefit perspective, multiple benefits through this program. Obviously, the first one is to families, right? There's benefits to the child and then also to the parent as well, and the family as a whole, right? That if the child has access and ability to be in a healthy place, right, in a safe place, and one where they grow as a young one, that parent can then go to work, right? And that is a requirement of the program. Employers also benefit because a worker that knows that their child is well taken care of is a happy employee. That employee continues to go to work. There's less cost with regards to absenteeism or turnover for employers. Communities also benefit, obviously, from this, right? Strong families and strong employers mean strong communities. And then there's also benefit to school corps, K-12 school corps, right? Childcare and kids that are in childcare, right, have the ability to do better. You know, they'll odds are, probabilities, they'll do better on third grade reading scores, right, and be ready when they enter kindergarten. There's also one other group of beneficiaries here, which is the child care provider itself. In the state of Indiana, these vouchers are ones that are consistent revenue streams for child care providers and then are one of the major backstops for general child care supply in the state of Indiana. So before we get into the details, I want to go through kind of from a conceptual or a high level, where does the funding come for the office and then where does the money go? So on the two things that we fund are CCDF vouchers and On My Way vouchers, as I've mentioned already. We have multiple state and federal funding streams that go into how we fund child care vouchers in the state of Indiana. At the top, we have two main federal funding sources. The first one and most and largest is the Child Care Development Fund, or CCDF. This is a block grant from to the state of Indiana from the federal government. In federal fiscal year 25, which ends in on September 30th of this year, the state of Indiana received $284 million. There is a matching portion for that fund that the state of Indiana, and like all states, are required to put up. We do that. I'll get into that here in a second on what line items in the budget we use that for. And then the second set of the second main federal funding stream that the state of Indiana uses to fund child care is the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families Block Grant, or TANF. This is a block grant that states have a wide berth to decide what they want to use those funds for. The state of Indiana maxes the amount of percentage that they allocate to child care vouchers. In federal fiscal year 25, that was $62 million. So now looking at the state budget line items, there's two main line items that fund child cares and vouchers in Indiana and OECOSL. First one is the Early Childhood Learning line. In state fiscal year 25, there was $40.1 million that was appropriated. Those funds go to, first off, they go to meet the state match, and then after that is completed, those funds are turned around and used for CCDF vouchers. The second line item is the pre-K education line. There's a combination of uses for this. One is to fund the On My Way pre-K voucher program. The second one is to meet the rest of the federal match for the CCDF block grant. And also in state fiscal year 2025, there was a one-time additional use of funds from TANF of $133 million in order to fund over-enrollment of child care vouchers in Indiana. So a little bit about where we're going as an office, and the main thing that we do here, right, is to fund vouchers. And want to take a step back over the last few years and see sort of the growth in expenses for the office, where they came from, and then also where we think we're going over the next couple years as well. So you can see we look back 18, 19, 20, right, OECOSL effectively spent somewhere between $200 and $300 million on funding the vast majority of that, right? When I say vast majority, that's 80 to 90% plus went to vouchers, right? And then the pandemic happened, and then over the years of 21 to 25, there was ARPA funding that came into the office of over those years of approximately $1.2 billion. The last of those funds were spent by requirement, by federal requirement in September of 30 of this year. So of last year, apologies, of this state fiscal year. So for 2025, our total annual expenses for state fiscal year 25 is approximately $600 million. What we're projecting based off of one, budget appropriation from the state, and then also assumption of flat federal funding for the Child Care Development Block Grant discretionary funding, that we are seeing the number goes down, right? By 2027, we are projecting approximately a decrease by a third for the amount of funding that's going to be available for vouchers in the state of Indiana. And going back to approximately 2020 and 2021 levels. So what has happened in the state of Indiana from a child care perspective and a supply perspective? So, and frankly, what have we bought for that $1.2 billion? So what happened with that money is that got put, the vast majority of it, into increasing the amount of CCDF vouchers that were enrolled, that were issued by the state of Indiana, apologies. So since 2021, approximately, there was a 75% increase in the amount of child care vouchers that were issued by the state of Indiana, or 30,000. And what that effectively has done is it has secondarily also increased the amount of child care supply in the state of Indiana by approximately 30,000 seats in the last 4 years, or a 20% increase. In December of 2024, OECOSL instituted a wait list for CCDF voucher enrollments, and you can see it that since then we have not enrolled a new child on vouchers. We are looking, what we're doing is effectively, as vouchers continue to come up for reauthorizations, we go through the eligibility process, and a certain portion of them fall off because they no longer meet the income or work requirements. So we expect that number to continue to decrease as well. From a state budget perspective for 26 and 27, this is just to set the stage for the next 2 years. Slight decreases from early childhood learning and pre-K education. The main thing here from a state budget perspective is there was an additional line item in the state budget for CCDF hold harmless funding of $147.25 million. This is a one-time line item in the budget in order to effectively help us continue to serve children and families that currently hold a child care voucher. So what all this means at the end of the day is that from our perspective with OECOSL, CCDF voucher funding is a long-term problem. We currently project no new CCDF vouchers to be issued in calendar year 2025, and this has a couple assumptions in it. The first one, and most importantly, is this assumes a flat year-over-year federal CCDF appropriation for federal fiscal year 2026. That number is the amount of funding that Indiana will be receiving on there is to be determined. That is part of the federal appropriations process that's going on right now in Washington. And this projection is also subject to change. We as an office will continue to give updates on anticipated new voucher enrollment and issuance through these QFRs going forward, and then also the Early Learning Advisory Committee meetings. Those things are, our next meeting is going to probably be in late September. You can see and watch those either, most of them are in Indianapolis. We welcome you to come if that is of interest, but they are also live streamed just like this is through the FSSA YouTube website. So what's the priorities for our office? The priorities for our office going forward is fiscal responsibility and to eventually restart CCDF voucher enrollment. From the demand side, what that means is that we want to keep the promises to families and children that we have made, that we've already issued vouchers to. On the On My Way Pre-K side, that also means that we are only gonna use state funds only to fund the program, and that we will be reimbursing On My Way vouchers at the statutory maximum rate of $6,800. From a supply side perspective, we're doing a couple things in order to mitigate the challenges that we understand that these things and this predicament will mean to the childcare space in Indiana. The first one is regulatory reform. The regulations for childcare in Indiana have not been seriously looked at in probably at least 20 years. Our office and our team is going through the process of streamlining these regulations in order to reduce administrative burden and also just make it easier for child care providers to do the work that they do every day in Indiana. But I also want to make sure that a focus while we're doing that is we're also very focused on maintaining health and safety of children in Indiana. That's something that we're not interested in changing at all. Another thing from the micro-facility side is adding a micro-facility hospice. So currently in the state of Indiana, there's a pilot program for something called a micro-facility. A micro-facility is an additional way from a regulatory perspective to allow existing child care providers to leverage their expertise and to create effectively smaller types of child care facilities. I think that there's opportunities here for both rural areas in Indiana and then also many neighborhoods in urban areas of Indiana to use this hospice to increase child care supply in those places. There's a lot of places in Indiana that frankly can't afford, whether that's from a per capita perspective or from a community development perspective or from a supply perspective. A lot of places don't need 150 or 200 seat center. What they need is, in a lot of instances, is 15 seats here, 20 seats there, 30 seats there. This micro-facility hospice is what we hope and what we think, and I'm actually very excited about rolling this out, to say, hey, like, we are being more flexible as a state of Indiana in order to make it easier for childcare supply to exist. The third thing from a supply side perspective is we are exploring supply-side grant programs as they come about. If or as they become available, we are looking for opportunities. They are few and far between, but we are on the lookout and if they do come about, we are looking to do something with those funds that would be supply-side related. So we have, as I mentioned, that our general funding for OECOSL and general funding for vouchers is going down over the next couple of years. So what that's meant since over the last few months is we've had to reprioritize we'd have to reprioritize what we fund as an office. And what that means effectively from one perspective is that we have made a decision to either terminate, amend, or not renew certain contracts that we have had as an office for state fiscal year 26. So we will not be renewing the child care resource and referral contracts for 2026. We will not be renewing the Shine Early Learning contract that has been historically provided professional development for child care providers in the state. We will be canceling regards to a tech project that we were undertaking as an office. Deloitte and resultant and RadCube contracts, and then also we will be amending the Indiana AEYC contract to refocus that with a focus on ECE workforce scholarships. So all of those taken together, right, and this is what we project. This is our current, how much did we expend on contracts and grants in 2025 versus what we project those numbers will be in 2026. So in 2025, 81% of our funding went to voucher payments, 17% went to contracts and grants, and 2% went to salaries and benefits. In 2026, we project roughly 88% of our funding will go to vouchers, and we've reduced our contracts and grants numbers from 17% to 10%, and keeping the same sort of same 2% for salary and benefits and administrative overhead. So from a voucher perspective, where are we currently? This is what this slide is. Currently, there are 55,846 vouchers as of June 30, 2025. That is down from a maximum in December of 2024 of roughly 70,000. There is a wait list currently, which is both CCDF and On My Way of 25,149 children. 94% of the families that receive a voucher currently are employed, and 88% of the families that receive a voucher are of single-parent households. And then also on the right-hand side, this breaks down our vouchers, our voucher holders by income level. So 100% of FPL is approximately $32,000. 150% at the bottom is roughly $48,000 for a family of four. 64% of our current voucher holders make less than 100% of FPL, or the $32,000 for a family of four. And you can kind of see that the vast majority of them are low-income families. The wait list, the proportion is even higher. In 2000, one other thing to mention very quickly is that in the 2025 budget, initial income eligibility for both CCDF and On My Way vouchers was reduced from 150% to 135% in the last budget. So this is more vouchers metrics. This gives a little bit more of historical context over the entire state fiscal year. The maximum of vouchers, as I've mentioned before, was during Q2, at the end of Q2, right? So that would be December 31 of 2024 at 69,000. And then currently the two together are 55,846. And the vast majority of those are CCDF vouchers from a maximum of a little bit over 63,000 to 53,000 currently as of June 30. On the On My Way voucher part here, I just want to make a quick point that this decrease over time is typical to what we've seen in past years of the program. Through natural attrition of the program, at the beginning of the school year, which is when these are enrolled in August, we have a high number and then we see them decrease over time. From a waitlist perspective, there's a breakout between the waitlist for CCDF vouchers and then On My Way vouchers as well. Most of the waitlist is CCDF vouchers. So now on to the financials for OECOSL. This first slide here is just a financial summary or broad overview. The main numbers here to start out with, is that in state fiscal year 2025, OECOSL spent $603 million total expenditures over the entire state fiscal year. $524 million of that was through the CCDF program, or 86% of the total funding. Second was our On My Way pre-K program for our vouchers. The two of those together are approximately $585 million, or probably 95% plus of our total funding. We also have smaller funds for Head Start, which we have a Head Start coordinator in our office that helps coordinate Head Start and Head Start services to the state of Indiana, which are administered and overseen by the Office of Head Start, the federal government, and coordinating that side of the child care space with the rest of the child care system in Indiana. School-age childcare is a state appropriation of approximately $800,000 that we use to do a one-time grant program for out-of-school programs in the state of Indiana. And we also have Social Services Block Grant Fund, which is a small amount through the Social Services Block Grant administered by DCS. We use those funds in order to help also facilitate coordination of Head Start programs in the state of Indiana with the broader child care system. And then the last one is preschool development grant for innovative things to do in the child care space. We are in year 3 of this grant, and that will be going away at the end of the calendar year 2025, so which would be December 31st of this year, or state fiscal year 26. Down at the bottom is we break out all of our expenses by funding stream, whether they come from state or federal sources. We have approximately 80% of our funding comes from federal sources. The rest comes from state. We have a very small amount of dedicated funds to get to the $603 million that we expended in 25. So the next slide here gets into a little bit more granular detail. We look at this by expense category by fund. So the first 3 columns, so on the first column here, the expense categories, right, very, very consistent things here: salary and benefits, contracts, grants are the main ones. The main one is direct service payments. When you see direct service payments on these slides, that means voucher payments, right, whether that be CCDF or On My Way. And the next 3 columns are the 3 specific funds that make up our child care development funding. You can see that right, there's a CCDF mandatory fund, a matching fund, and then a discretionary fund. We fund vouchers out of these. We also fund our administration and our salary benefits as an office out of the vast majority of it out of the CCDF discretionary fund. The next line is the ARPA Supplemental Discretionary Fund. This is the last of the ARPA funds that I mentioned earlier. These were spent by September 30, 2024 this year. The next line is ARA Supplemental Discretionary. It's roughly $5.7 million. That was a supplemental distribution that was approved through the continuing resolution at the federal, through Congress and the federal level in January. That is a one-time funding stream as well. The two next ones are 2 state appropriations: early childhood learning and pre-K education. And as you can see, that we use almost all of both of those funds to fund vouchers in the state of Indiana. The next two columns is our PDG or professional development grant, like I mentioned earlier, and then also there's a state match that goes along with it. That next line is shows our allocation for that state match, and then we have all other funding. We have all other funding at the federal, and effectively all of our smaller line items we roll up into one to get to the $603 million. And like I mentioned earlier, the direct service payments in total, $490 million, or 81% of our total budget. So going into a little bit more granular detail on our 2 main funds, the Child Care Development Fund first. We spent $524 million out of this fund. The 2 lines, child care subsidy payments, previous year obligation, and child care subsidy payments, federal fiscal year 25 obligations, add up to $434 million for CCDF vouchers. I want to go down to the next part here, which is additional funding that's accounted in a different part of FSSA, but was used for CCDF vouchers. That is the $133 million that I mentioned earlier. That was the one-time allocation that we used, that FSSA used in order to help fund vouchers over time. So total between the $434 million that is in our CCDF fund, plus the additional $133 million one-time transfer from TANF. State of Indiana spent $567 million in total on vouchers in 2025. Looking at our funding from a state and federal perspective, 90% of this fund is federal and 10% of it is state. Our second program is our On My Way program, or the On My Way Pre-K program fund, or On My Way OMW. As you can see here, from the year-to-date expenditures for this state fiscal year, we spent $60 million in total out of this fund. All but about $3.5 million went to On My Way and went to vouchers in the state of Indiana. The bottom part here from the sources of funding, it shows that roughly $44 million of our funding came from state sources, 15 came from from federal, 44 came from state to total, so roughly, what is that? 2/3 or so came from state funding on this to fund this program. From a staffing perspective, OECOSL has 78 state full-time employees as of June 30, 2025, have 8 openings, and from a contractor perspective, we have approximately 250 contractor FTEs that the state of Indiana funds. So I'm going to go briefly through the rest, our other smaller funds as well here. First one is our Preschool Development Grant, or PDG fund. Spent $18 million out of this. Most of it went to contracts and grants. That is the point of the fund. As you can see down at the bottom from the sources of funding, the federal funding on this was about $14 million federal, $4 million state to get to the $18 million total. The next fund we'll briefly look at is the School-Aged Child Care, or SAC fund. As I mentioned earlier, this fund is used to, we use this monies to fund a one-time grant program throughout the year to benefit out-of-school time care programs through a one-time grant administration. I want to say in this year is approximately 40 programs that received a grant with regards to this. Next one is the Head Start Fund. $200,000 expenditures here. Almost all of it came from federal sources, with a small amount of state appropriation as well. The next one is Social Services Block Grant Fund. We use the Social Services Block Grant Fund to continue to fund additionally our Head Start coordination team. And then the last one is our Child Care Licensing Fund. Very small fund, $35,000 appropriation of dedicated funds from the state budget in the state of Indiana, and we used a small amount of it for administration and operating perspectives. That's all I have. I think it's question time, if that's correct, Marcus.
Yes.
Or secretary, is it question time?
Question time. Okay, can we go back, please, to the slide that had the discussion of that had the one-time TANF funding on it?
So 4.
Pretty far back.
Slide 4. Keep clicking back. Oh, yeah. No.
There.
Oh, the slide numbers are different. Oh, man.
Yeah,
yes.
The previous slide.
Previous slide.
Okay. So you indicated that, so it was my understanding that the one-time TANF money came out of literally a generation of savings that had been accumulated by the agency to fill the hole left by the end of the ARPA funding that was being used for child care.
That's exactly what happened.
Okay.
Yes.
So that one time, and then the plan before Governor Braun decided that wasn't the plan anymore, was that we were to start kicking people off of child care, even though if they had been made that promise, and Governor Braun and the legislature have appropriated an additional what is it,
$147 million.
additional $147 million, so we can slide rather than cliff these kids.
That's exactly right, Secretary.
Okay. So, and my understanding is that those dollars were 100% general revenue fund dollars,
The $147 million is 100% general fund dollars.
which is the most valuable dollar that
Yes,
the
they
state
are.
of Indiana has. So that's an enormous commitment that the governor and the legislature have made to childcare, and I want to make people clear on that. The other piece is if you could go just
Well,
rather
could I add it?
Absolutely.
This could look different, Secretary. This could look completely different. And that commitment, right, both from, right, using the one-time funding of the TANF that we have, and then also with the General Assembly appropriating $147 million of general fund monies, right, there is a commitment to this, right? There is a showing that this is something that we shouldn't kick kids off of vouchers. I just want to make that point one more time. Like, you're exactly right.
Now, unfortunately, can you fast forward just a few, not fast forward, but let's go, let's go. Okay, keep going. Backwards, sorry. Okay, here, oh, there you go. Okay, so CCDF voucher enrollment. So we have decided as a state not to kick children off of daycare, but what that means is that no new children are getting on daycare.
That's exactly right.
So we will by the end of, so right now there are no, looking at that slide, there are no 6 months, children who are 6 months old getting daycare, right?
That's
And
exactly right.
those children probably won't be able to get daycare until they're,
2, 1, 1.5, 2, right? Whenever we re-enroll kids, right, it's
Yeah.
dependent, right? It's dependent on what the funding looks
and
like.
then it's a wait list. Of course, some of the children on the wait list will age out of the wait list before they're eligible for the program. So we really don't know. But I want to make clear to folks here that we are doing our best not to remove people from the wait list, from the program, but that means that no new children are getting daycare. That means that no, what appears to be single moms are able to get back into the workforce because those single moms don't have daycare.
That's
so they're
exactly
having to
right.
scramble to do something else. Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to set the stage here clearly in terms of what you inherited, and thank you very much for the service, the tremendous service that you've given us.
Thank you.
We have one question from Martha Ray. Actually, she asked 2 questions, but I think the first one was answered about waiting lists. Her second question was, could you please update on how services currently provided by the vendor Spark will be available after the contract ends in September? Where can stakeholders access information, i.e. mandatory training, technical assistance, PTQ support?
We'll be, as we wind it, so that contract ends in September 30th of this year, and here over the next month or so, month to 6 weeks, we'll have more information around what that will look like. We are working as an office to have a strategy. We do have a strategy. We'll execute it to replace some of the mandatory trainings and things like that. We will be rolling that out in the next couple months.
Thank you, OECOSL team. Our next
Just one more question,
Oh,
Marcus, sorry. How are we, you referenced the governor's efforts on micro-facilities,
Yes.
right? And we have 6 that we've rolled out. How are we going to pay to license them? How are they, is that your question? Yeah, how are we, where do they fit in the licensure?
So your head of license, I'm going to have Tequila answer this question.
So what we did was we took the child care center regulations and we minimized them. And so they are in facilities and they have to meet all of building requirements for Department of Homeland Security, but we minimized the regulation and we did things to cut down on the cost to allow them to have like shared services for administrative costs and some of those things.
At the end of the day, the idea here is to, reduce the administrative overhead while still allowing, quality and health and, quality care to exist.
Let me, again, credit you for your work on changing the mechanisms by which which people are able to access and understand where child care is available. Back in my first tour of duty here, we were running call centers because people weren't walking around with smartphones. Up until September 30th, we're still running call centers, even though everybody and their brother is walking around with a smartphone and can access information there. And so you've canceled those contracts, and we're going to take those contracts and, again, attempt to preserve as many people who are currently on vouchers as possible.
Yes.
So that's the kind of entrepreneurial spirit that Governor Braun was looking for when we hired you. So thank you for delivering.
Thank you, Secretary.
Thank you, OECOSL team. Our next presentation will be at 11 o'clock with the Division of Aging. Next is the Division of Aging with Director Kelly Mitchell. Another reminder, if you have questions, you can send those to the Ask the Secretary email address, and that's at askthesecretary@fssa.in.gov, or you can raise your hand and someone will get you a note card. We will be reading those questions at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here. Kelly Mitchell. I'm serving as the director for the Division of Aging. We're going to be discussing with you our quarterly financial performance for the last quarter of state fiscal year 25, and also looking at our year-end results. I have a large group of individuals with me here today, but I will allow them to introduce themselves as they speak in the essence of time, as we do have quite a bit of information to review. So we will give you an overview of the business unit, and then go into our various programs and metrics and outcomes, discussing financial performance, and then closing out with future state and initiatives. I think what I'm most excited to share with you today is that we spent the last half of state fiscal year 25 really reviewing the Division of Aging as a business unit, the vision and mission, the strategic outcomes of the organization, and more importantly, how do we best support Hoosiers as they age across the state. In doing so, we completed an analysis of the structure of the business unit, resulting in the development of a strategic plan with 11 actionable areas identified that are focused on improving efficiency as well as effectiveness of the services and support that are housed and supported by the division. We also completed a thorough policy and procedure review that included an interview of direct team members involved in the work, and we identified an additional 15 areas of action to improve consistency and performance. That has recently resulted in, if you are attentive to our announcements, the implementation of a new structure to best support the vision and mission of the Family and Social Services Administration and the work of aging. So we are pleased that the work of aging now will be supported through the Bureau of Better Aging, and that will subsequently be supported by the Division of Disability, Aging, and Rehabilitative Services. And as you can see from what we have here on the screen, we are supporting individuals across the lifespan. So from birth, if you will, birth to grave, actually, right, across the entire lifespan.
So Kelly, it's back to where it was before that guy who was here 20 years ago changed it.
Indeed, as we've announced it, I said we have a new entity with a familiar name. So we're very excited about the possibilities that this has to offer. We have put together a new structure that we will be effectuating and implementing over the next several months on an informal basis, and then moving toward formal recognition of the business unit as we move toward the legislative session. As you will see, and what I'm most pleased with is that we have support for strategic initiatives, but as well, we have looked at the core functions of the business unit. So we have areas focused on quality and outcome, looking at data and metrics, also consumer complaints and compliance and incident reporting. Obviously, a significant core function and program and policy, ensuring that we have oversight, ensuring compliance, and working closely across the business unit. And then a particular focus on provider and vendor relations, specifically contract management, as the unit does engage in a lot of contractual work throughout the state in order to effectuate the services and supports. So more to come, but what I would like to highlight for you is that we have asked longtime team member Erin Wright to serve in the capacity as the director for the Bureau of Better Aging. She is with me today to my left, and we're going to turn it over to her to walk us through our business unit and our outcomes.
Thank you, Kelly. So the Bureau of Better Aging is designated as Indiana's state unit on aging under the Federal Older Americans Act. And within this role, the Bureau has designated local organizations as area agencies on aging, or AAAs, to address the needs and concerns of older adults and caregivers. And the map shows the 16 different planning and service areas around the state. And the AAAs are involved in some way with the majority of the programs that we're going to talk about today. They receive over 63% of the Bureau's funding through grants and contracts.
I'm Steve Gale. I'm the controller for the Bureau of Better Aging and for the newly formed division, I guess we could say, right?
Yes.
As you can see here, this is our financial summary for the entire division of aging, and we had funding available of 160, almost 161 million, of which we ended up spending all but 32, almost 33 million of those dollars. Most of those $32 million are encumbered in the form of contracts, purchase orders, which will be rolling over into the new state fiscal year. Most of that will be spent in state fiscal year 2026.
You want to talk a little bit about what
yes.
the pie chart represents?
Yes, the pie chart, as Aaron just mentioned a second ago, 63% of our overall funding does end up making its way to the AAAs, mostly in the form of grants. We do, however, have contracts with other entities. That forms another 29% of our total funding, which leaves us about 8% of our overall funding for state admin purposes.
Thank you.
And this chart shows how basically the expenditures were broken down into different budget categories throughout the year. Our grants amounted to $92 million of our total expenditures, and the rest of it's broken down between state admin, which was not quite $3 million. We had about $3 million that went to provider per diem reimbursement for RCAP, and we had more that went for MFP and also for other contracts.
So Title III of the Older Americans Act funds a variety of home and community-based services, and coupled with our social services block grant funding, this past quarter, the fourth quarter, we served over 12,000 individuals. And we've highlighted some of the top services from federal fiscal year 24, which is the last year we have complete data for. But I wanted to bring your attention to the waiting lists for what we refer to as our AAA non-waiver programs. We have seen an upward trend for the most part with our waiting lists, and I wanted to bring your particular attention to Choice, which has seen a 30% increase in its waiting list since the beginning of state fiscal year 25, and we'll be talking more about Choice in a moment.
This is our financial summary for our Title III federal grants and also the Title III state administration funds. We spent all but about $8 million, and again, to reiterate what I said with our overall division analysis, most of that $8 million is money that is encumbered with the AAAs. Again, that's rolling over into the new state fiscal year. Most of those dollars will be spent during state fiscal year 26.
Choice is our 100% state-funded program that supports a range of home and community-based services to older adults and individuals under the age of 60 with a disability. This quarter, over 2,700 individuals received in-home Choice-funded services. Choice supports individuals' ability to remain at home, addressing functional needs of daily living sooner, and helps to maintain independence. And the table shows the top services by spend through the end of April, which is the most recent month we have full claims for. Nearly 3/4 of the funds have supported case management and in-home services of attendant care and home and community assistance. A small percentage of the overall funding has supported things like home modifications and personal emergency response systems, which also support individuals' ability to remain at home.
Yeah, thank you very much for breaking it out this way, because I think Choice has long been sold on the notion that home modifications will just help people stay in their homes. And I'm not against home modifications, but what keeps people in their homes is the attendant care and case management. I think it's important that members who support Choice recognize what's keeping, why the program's working, and not selling it on the notion that somehow a ramp will keep you at home.
House Enrolled Act 1391 was just passed this legislative session, which does expand the focus of the Choice program onto prevention and expands provider access. So we have a work group coming together, focusing on kind of how we're going to operationalize these changes, and we expect that we may see a shift in the service mix as we continue to roll out the changes.
This is the financial summary for the Choice program. Of our nearly $5.8 million that remained at the end of state fiscal year 2025, most of that was split up between contracts. Most of our contracts are IT related, such as CAMs, and also the grants that we have with the AAAs. And again, as with the two previous financial slides, most of those dollars I anticipate will be spent in state fiscal year 2026, as those are funds that do roll over since they are encumbered.
So the Aging and Disability Resource Centers, or the ADRCs, are a primary door to access long-term services and supports. The ADRCs are housed within the area agencies on aging, and they provide information and assistance, eligibility assessments during this time period, options counseling, and Medicaid application assistance to help connect individuals with available resources. And in state fiscal year 2025, the ADRCs provided over 266,000 information and assistance contacts and received over 44,000 waiver intakes referrals. And the ADRCs are supported through many different funding streams, as shown on this pie chart, and this really reflects the many different resources and avenues that the ADRCs help individuals to navigate. FSSA transitioned level of care assessments to a new vendor as of July 1st, and the ADRCs, as no wrong door entities, are continuing to play a crucial role in helping individuals navigate the complex long-term services and support system.
The social services block grant money that we receive is used strictly and only to go to the AAAs, and it helps to pay for some of the services for which is required or allowed through the Older Americans Act. And as you can see from this financial summary of the $9 million, almost $10 million that we had available to us, most of those dollars were spent. We have a small amount that will roll over into the new fiscal year, and most of those, again, if not all of those dollars, should be spent in this coming state fiscal year.
The long-term care ombudsman program served close to 60,000 residents living in Indiana's 521 nursing homes and 372 licensed assisted livings. There are 20 ombudsmen across the state who investigated nearly 1,600 complaints last year. And the graph highlights the reach of the local ombudsman. Under federal law, the long-term care ombudsman program must remain structurally and operationally independent from regulatory and protective service agencies, including the Department of Health and Adult Protective Services, to avoid organizational conflicts of interest.
Financial report for the long-term care ombudsman, it has one thing that is missing from it, and that is in our salaries and benefits. We do have a staff member, the state's long-term care ombudsman, who's not reflected in this report. That will be changing in the next state fiscal year. We will be showing those salaries and benefits here that we did not show it in state fiscal year 2025. Most of the dollars, again, are rolling over into the new year. In fact, the state ombudsman is working towards spending down some of her ARP dollars that are still available through the end of September, and most of that should also be spent by this state fiscal year.
The Dementia Care Specialist Program is another state-funded program that is operated through the area agencies on aging. In Q1 of this year, which is the most recent quarter, we have complete information. The dementia outreach specialists interacted with nearly 6,000 Hoosiers. And this engagement looks like everything from conducting training for business professionals to make their establishments more dementia-friendly, to providing dementia-related resources to community organizations, and guiding professional individuals to caregiver support groups.
Our financial summary reflects a great improvement. This was a brand-new program for the Division of Aging in state fiscal year 2024, and it took a while to roll the program out. The AAAs received most of the dollars for this program, and they've done a great job of spending these dollars in state fiscal year 2025. So since we've had the program for a whole year now, we do seem like we have a lot of wind behind our sails, and we're really starting to move forward and doing a great job with this program. And again, as with others, I anticipate that the money that remains in the grants line item, the $216,000, that's dollars that roll over and should be spent by the time we finish up all the final claims for 2025.
Through the AAAs, we support nutrition services with the goal to provide high-quality, person-centered services that promote health and well-being by addressing food insecurity, hunger, malnutrition, while also enhancing socialization opportunities. In state fiscal year 2025, nearly 1.9 million nutritionally balanced meals have been served. And the pie chart shows the breakdown of the funding. And nearly 3/4 of it comes from the federal Older Americans Act. This program provides complementary supports to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, as around half of the nutrition program participants are at or below the federal poverty level. The Congregate Nutrition Program serves an average of 50,000 meals each month. There are 226 active congregate nutrition sites across the state, and this map shows the distribution of those programs. And in addition to providing the nutritionally balanced meal, the Congregate program really provides an opportunity for individuals to socialize and connect with others.
As with our Social Services Block Grant, or SSBG, all the funding we receive from the Older Americans Act Nutrition Services Incentive Program, or as we call INSIP, all those dollars do go in the form of a federal grant to the AAAs. They've been doing great with spending these dollars, and we don't have much left to go to be able to finally spend the remainder of the dollars in fiscal year 2026.
Larry Beck, and I'm the Assistant Director for Adult Protective Services and the Guardianship Services Program. The Guardianship Service Program was developed when the state hospitals were closed down, and this was a way for the clients to be protected of guardianships that didn't have family members. We currently serve 123 clients, and the average cost per case is $1,839.86.
The financial summary for the adult guardianship services shows that there's not much left to be spent. I anticipate most, if not all, these dollars will be spent. Again, there's a little bit left to go from final claims for state fiscal year 2025.
I'm sorry, can we go back to the last slide for just a second? You referenced the state hospitals. Did you mean you don't mean the mental health hospitals, you meant the...
No, sir, it's the ones that were closed.
Right, so this was Fort Wayne and Muscatatuck.
Yes.
Muscatatuck.
Yes.
Okay.
A final comment on the adult guardianship services financial summary. Similar to the ombudsman slide, this slide also does not show any salaries and benefits. In addition to her role as the deputy director, Sherry also does work for the AGS program. And again, in this coming fiscal year, we will be showing the portion of her salary and benefits that goes towards her administrative efforts to oversee this program.
Yeah, hi everyone, I'm Kathy Robinson. I'm the Associate Director for DDRS. I'm going to provide an overview of Money Follows the Person. So hopefully, most of you are familiar with this funding stream, but if you aren't, Money Follows the Person is an opportunity for states to leverage additional federal dollars in the process of transitioning individuals who are eligible or ready to leave their institutional setting. The chart that you see on this slide is just a summary of this past fiscal year, the number of transitions, folks that were enrolled, the number of people who entered the program and exited across the community integration habilitation waiver, the health and wellness waiver, and the pathways. And these are the waivers within which the Money Follows the Person operates. We did have a Money Follows the Person pause where we did do some operational changes within the agency. I've been working closely with the Division of Aging and DDRS, as well as our friends in Medicaid, to look at some of those operational changes, which you'll see just the highlights noted below. Some IT system changes that were pretty notable in order to track individuals as they transition. They have 365 calendar days to participate in Money Follows the Person. And we also have changes to our processes, which we are going to be doing some training this month, because we are ready to relaunch Money Follows the Person and take advantage of those additional federal dollars in those transition situations for folks who are interested and eligible to pursue that path. So more information to come, but just want to highlight, we did recently get our federal budget approved for Money Follows the Person, so you'll be seeing those transitions reinitiate and relaunch at some point this month.
So this fiscal year, we'll have it running in, probably won't have it running till September at the earliest, right? So we'll have 9 months this fiscal year? Is that about
Potentially,
right?
yeah.
Okay. What number of exits are we looking at? Because what do you think the exits will be?
We have projected, again, this is closely being monitored in conjunction with the wait lists that we're operating and the number of slots available. So Money Follows the Person operates within those slot counts and total available spots. We have budgeted for at least 300 individuals a month. Whether or not that's going to be met, that'll be a factor that we'll continue to monitor as far as the number of people we're transitioning out of eligible institutional placements into home and community-based service options.
Financial summary for Money Follows the Person has one glaring number that I want to point out to you, and that's in the weekly transition costs line item, which is the cost, what it cost us to be able to pay for the services for those folks who are being transitioned from a nursing facility into a home and community-based setting. We were anticipating that our budget would be approved by the federal government and that we would receive the award in time to cover everything that we had budgeted. That did not happen until this past month. So it shows that there was $8.7 million remaining, and that's a reflection of the dollars we thought we'd be able to use from the new award to cover those costs. That's all going to be covered. It will be covered in state fiscal year 2026. So the report for the next fiscal year will show a different figure.
Thank you.
Adult, Adult Protective Service program, as you know, has gone through a transition. Effective July 1st of this year, we have a new vendor, and it's PCG Indiana. With the new development of the APS case management, we were able to develop, with the aid of our developer, a way to ensure that no interruptions were received when receiving APS intake reports for the transition. Special program was set up to receive the APS web form. This is now how all reports will be received. All reports are received and received and distributed. Specialist for processing. The case specialist process in intakes of using the new APS screening tool to help ensure standardization of all intake reports. This is first for APS. With our newly developed training curriculum, another first for APS, our training team was prepared and ready for the challenges to retrain the incumbent APS and onboarding the new APS employees. For the first time in the history of Indiana APS, we have standard operating procedures. All incumbent staff have been retrained and had a comprehensive training and testing on the SOPs, as well as the new APS employees. APS has been restructured from the 17 units across the state to 5 units, or 5 regions. This restructuring is due to streamlining efficiency and addressing the demands based on population and caseload. New training is being scheduled to train the A&E abuse, neglect, and exploitation criteria for vendors who are required to submit incidents to APS. Another first for APS is KPIs, key performance indicators. In the new APS contract, KPIs have a monetary outcome if they're not met. Our future objectives are to implement the RISE program, repair, support, and empower, create multidisciplinary teams, and develop a quality assurance program to ensure endangered adults in Indiana are safe, secure, and empowered.
Our financial summary for APS is another one that reflects some money that is still yet to be spent from state fiscal year 2025. Our 17 units that we had in state fiscal year 25, some of them are still submitting their final claims. So again, this is another one, like so many others before, in which I anticipate most of these dollars are going to be spent while we're in state fiscal year 2026.
Residential Care Assistance Program is a state-funded program that helps support eligible low-income individuals who reside in licensed residential care facilities. And the map shows our 14 licensed room and board assistance providers and 7 county homes. Resident participation in the program has continued to decline. This quarter, there were 16 new enrollments and 35 discharges. The state contributes roughly $222,000 per month to support RCAP. 27% of those, or 62 of the current recipients, are 100% state funded, and the remaining 73%, or 186, contribute a monthly liability based on their income, either through SSI, retirement, or Social Security. This slide highlights the average, median, minimum, and maximum received by the different RCAP facilities through April. And we are in the process of reviewing RCAP program policies and procedures to look for opportunities to increase the effectiveness of the program.
As Aaron mentioned, there's been a decline in the number of people served in this program, and that is reflected in our provider per diem reimbursement line item, which shows $3.3 million that were not spent that had been budgeted. So that's part of what we are addressing through the review of the policies and procedures.
I would just also add to that is in the upcoming fiscal year, this overall appropriation has been reduced to reflect that, but we are moving forward within that known appropriation as we review.
Correct. Our special projects, these include things like our expanding public health workforce, No Wrong Door expanding public health workforce grants. Though most of those are going away or have already gone away. Our No Wrong Door governance grant ended back in August. So this is just a smaller group of programs of which most of those dollars have been spent or soon will be. And this is our Division of Aging administration slide. This includes our aging admin appropriation, as well as the Medicaid waiver administration dollars that we spent towards the ADRC contracts. And it's what remains on the ADRC contracts that makes up the bulk of what you see of the dollars that are still in the fund balance column. Again, those are rolling over into FY26 and should be spent then. This is our contract summary slide. It's a reflection of our major contracts and grants. Certainly does not reflect all of them, but these are our main ones. And we had about $13.7 million still to spend on some of those. And some of those do go into the first quarter of state fiscal year 26. The rest of them that show the end date of June 30th, again, those are ones that roll over because by our contracts and grants, who we contract and grant with usually have up to 60 days beyond the end date of their contracts to submit final claims. That's what we're anticipating will be spent in state fiscal year 26.
Thank you. That
Thank you.
concludes
Thank
our
you.
presentation.
Mr. Secretary, did you have any questions?
Always, Marcus.
Always.
So this is more of a, first of all, while we have since Governor Braun's election, we've been operating DDRS as if it was a unit. Now we formalize that internally. We will have to formalize that externally with legislative changes. For those in the audience who are concerned about this, and I may be the only one, Paul and I may be the only two, we will continue to report the Division of Aging's financials separately because that's the way the budget is organized, right? So during the course of this fiscal year, this fiscal and next fiscal year, this biennium, we will report it this way, even though everybody in the agency will report to Kelly. So just wanted to be clear on that. It didn't make sense to try and fix it before next fiscal year, before the next biennium.
Yes, thank you for that. And again, I think just we will obviously be ethical and honor the appropriations as we should and as structured within the work of aging.
Okay, we have a few questions, primarily about RCAP funding. The first is from Joellen Miller-Johnson, Administrator of Lake Park Residential in Lake Station, Indiana. She first wants to know, will the RCAP program give an increase in the per diem rate for RCAP facilities? And if so, when?
I can speak to that, but Aaron, feel free to jump in as well. This is a matter that, one of the matters that we have been looking at as we have analyzed the business unit, the operations and the programs and services. It is an integral part of what we do in supporting Hoosiers across the state. These are often individuals that without the support of RCAP would be homeless, perhaps end up in other institutions, criminal justice system, and hospital. As part of, as Aaron referenced, the work that we've been doing in reviewing structure and policy and procedure, we are taking an overall look at RCAP and the program, how to better implement that, clarify some of the policies and procedures, and within our appropriation, analyzing the costs of the providers and how we might move forward to best support and, continue this particular service.
Will RCAP lift the $1,308 eligibility income and restore it back to the original eligibility income?
That honestly relates to the previous question. We are looking at those policies and procedures. I would, however, note that one of the requirements for RCAP participation is Medicaid eligibility. So we have to always be cognizant of the fact that there has to be alignment with RCAP eligibility requirements and program implementation, as well as Medicaid financial eligibility. So we have to work in alignment. We've been working with our partners in DFR, closely with Sunshine Beam, who was here earlier today presenting. The other piece that we are focused on is working with our providers and our internal team members to educate ourselves and our external partners about other services and supports that can assist oftentimes with those resource and income matters. Say, for instance, ABLE accounts. So really making sure that we're connecting all of the dots across the state and connecting the appropriate resources and supports and leveraging those as effectively as we possibly can.
Will the RCAP program restore bed holds for residents that are hospitalized?
I can't speak to that directly today. That is a part of that overall program and policy review that we are actively engaged in. Aaron, thank you. I would ask you to take a note so I can carry that back to our internal work.
The next question is from Deb Lambert, President and CEO of Byron Health Center in Fort Wayne, Indiana. How are current and how will prospective RCAP applicants be affected by the budget cuts?
We have, and Steve, I don't know, you may want to speak to this in greater detail or granularity, but we have taken a look at the impact of the new appropriation. We are able to continue the work that we are currently doing in support of that program, and we are making decisions based upon the analysis of those budgetary allowances, but it should not impact any current enrollment, and we can continue to move forward. We will have to, obviously, as we've discussed in other areas, continue to monitor growth. As always, we want to cause no harm, so whatever action we take, we want to ensure that we have sustainability so as to not negatively impact the Hoosiers that we're supporting through RCAP.
Yeah, I would just add that the budget cut that RCAP did receive, it still left us room because it's still an amount that's above the amount we spent in state fiscal year 2025. So that should not impact at all the services that are being currently provided. And it still leaves us room to be able to review those policies and procedures and see where we can make some improvements.
This question is probably related. Is there any wait list or application backlog, and how are applicants being prioritized?
As I understand, there is not a wait list at present time.
And are there exit plans for those already enrolled who lose benefits?
Are there exit plans in place for those that are enrolled that may lose benefits? That is something that I can't directly speak to as the state. Obviously, providers of the service are working with those individuals. I will state that one of the things that we are doing from a procedural or operational perspective is to have a better lens, if you will, on individuals as to when they are approaching eligibility, making sure eligibility redetermination, let me slow down, to ensure that all relevant parties are apprised of that, and that if there is a potential for negative impact, that we have enough of a runway to do appropriate planning and support.
Kelly, would you mind going back to the RCAP slide, since we have many questions on RCAP today? One more back.
This one.
Okay, somewhere you referenced the individuals who were being covered here,
Oh, the numbers?
no, the
Oh. I think this is it, isn't it?
there was a slide about, maybe it's this slide, well, if one of you could speak briefly about what this
You're
this
talking about
population.
the population
Yeah.
served.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, and I hope one of the comments that I made that stood out is this truly is a viable piece. It's a small piece, granted, but it's a very integral part of services and support within our state. If you look to the left, I think it's the fourth bullet point, the population served. Many times, these are older ex-offenders, and a growing percentage of individuals with mental health conditions, and obviously individuals with minimum Social Security income. Particularly focusing on those first two items, oftentimes, as many of you in this room well know, ex-offenders have difficult time accessing housing and affordable housing because, obviously, of their record of offense and having difficulty accessing those services. So RCAP plays a critical role in individuals as they are leaving the criminal justice system. A piece here that isn't noticed and that really impressed me as I looked at this is a lot of the individuals that are supported through RCAP hold employment, so it allows them to return to their communities and become gainfully employed because they have that stabilized housing and affordable housing. In the same instance, those individuals with mental health often don't have a family network of support, would often end up in some difficult and compromising situations. The RCAP providers not only provide room and board, but oftentimes are overseeing medication administration and ensuring that the individuals are monitoring that appropriately.
And could you go back to the slide where you talk a little bit about the county homes and the other providers?
I think that's the one back there, yes. So we have a large network, and Aaron, why don't, if you want to speak to this a bit, but we have a large network of providers that some are county homes and some are other facilities.
Yes, 14 are county homes or 7 are county homes and 14 are licensed as room and board assistance providers.
So those county homes, in addition to the funding that they receive through the Residential Care and Assistance Program, better known as RCAP, also receive support from their local counties. in order to operate the facilities. I mean, many of those partners are with us today. They have stayed the course through some difficult and challenging times as we've navigated the waters, and they've shown and demonstrated, if you will, a strong commitment to the Hoosiers that they're supporting.
Okay, this next question is not about RCAP. During the last legislative session, language was passed to conduct a study of AAAs. Is there any information on how that study will be conducted?
We are currently in the process of reviewing the federal and state requirements related to a redrawing of the lines for the counties for the designated planning and service areas. So once we have an understanding of all of the requirements of that process, we'll be able to establish a potential timeline to put forth for consideration for the study.
Okay, and this last question is from Jason McManus, President and CEO, Wabash Center. Where do the salary and wages for the ombudsman and adult guardianship live today?
They are basically, or technically, they are part of FSSA administration. And that's where a lot of administrative type folks, such as payroll staff or HR staff or accounting staff, finance staff, such as myself, that's where a lot of those individuals really are paid. But they end up through a system in PeopleSoft able to code their time to specific programs. And that's where the state ombudsman codes her time is completely to the Title VII Ombudsman federal grant. But because of a misunderstanding of where we should report those dollars, we left that within FSSA admin instead of reporting them in the ombudsman report. And similar with the adult guardianship as well.
I am really glad that that question was asked because I wanted a bit of an opportunity to clarify. Those expenditures are reflected in the Family and Social Services Administration budget. And when we referenced that they weren't reflected in these particular reports, the funding itself comes through funds that are appropriated to and through the Division of Aging. It truly is, I always say, kind of one of those software system and how things are coded and departmentalization as to why it doesn't show. In the coming fiscal year, we're working with our finance team to revise this reporting structure so that it's improved transparency, better understood by our external partners.
Okay, thank you, Division of Aging team. We will now break for lunch and come back at 12:30 p.m. for the Division of Disability and Rehabilitative Services. Good afternoon. And thank you for coming to the Indiana Family and Social Services Administration's quarterly financial review. Next, we have the Division of Disability and Rehabilitative Services. And a quick reminder, if you have any questions, you can email the Ask the Secretary email address that you see on the screen right now at askthesecretary@fssa.in.gov, or you can hold up a hand and someone will give you a note card that you can fill out your question, and we will be reading those questions at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm back. So for those of you that may not have been with us earlier, I'm Kelly Mitchell. I serve as the director for the Division of Disability and Rehabilitative Services. This afternoon, we're going to review with you our fourth quarter financial performance as we closed out state fiscal year 25. I have with me today our Associate Director, Kathy Robinson, on my right, and our Director of the Bureau of Rehabilitation Services, Teresa Colazar. Each of them will be covering sections of the presentation today. We have a lot to cover, so I am going to try to move through rather rapidly, so I hope that I don't trip over my own tongue. We'll give an overview of the division, and then by program, review some of our outcomes and financial performance as is the format, and then we'll close with some division-wide metrics, contract review, and overarching initiatives. I think most of you are aware, but you will have this for reference to follow. The division is made up of three distinct bureaus, the Bureau of Disability Services, the Bureau of Rehabilitation Services, and the Bureau of Child Development Services. Each of them has a unique service population and unique funding sources, but we'll cover that more in their particular sections. So first up, our Director of the Bureau of Child Development Services, Christina Commons, could not be with us today, so I'm going to cover this section for her. Within the Bureau of Child Development Services, the primary program that we support is First Steps. The Bureau of Child Development Services is a very small team, if you will, but mighty. We have currently 8 staff in central office. Services are available throughout the entire state, all 92 counties, and we utilize a contractual format working with vendors to operate system point of entries, better referred to as SPOs. You will often hear that terminology. There are 9 regional offices that serve as those system points of entries located throughout the state. We then have enrolled providers through a provider network, and then there is a cadre of 100 independent providers for some specialized services. We'll talk more about the metrics as we delve into the Bureau. This is just an overview or a graphic of the First Step system and how we operate from point of entry through service delivery and the claims processing and evaluation of the program. Let's highlight for you what is on the screen before you today. First Steps offers a wide array of services, and this is just a small listing of those services, but these are the services that are predominantly utilized for the children aged birth up to 3 years that access this support through the First Step system. As you can see, the largest volume of services is focused on speech therapy at about 46% of the children that are receiving services through a service plan referred to as an IFSP, or Individualized Family Service Plan. Followed closely behind that is occupational therapy and then developmental therapy. The top 4, as you can see, are those therapies that are focused on developmental milestones of speech and gross and fine motor skills and cognitive development. One of the areas that I do like to highlight with the First Steps, or our Bureau of Child Development Services, are the sources of funding, but more importantly, how that Bureau leverages a braided funding source to minimize, if you will, the draw on our state appropriation or our public dollars. You will see that since 2022, state fiscal year 2022, on the right of the screen, there has been a significant growth in our ability to recoup funds through private insurance, third-party funding sources. In fact, it's a significant amount of growth. We are up by over $12 million since 2022. And as I said, this reduces our reliance on the state appropriation. What's important to note, and you will see this later in the fiscals, is that the state appropriation is extremely important because we use what we refer to as a pay-and-chase model. So the state dollars are leveraged first as the services provided to the child, and then we pursue recoupment through a variety of sources. Private insurance, as you see reflected on the right of the screen, but if you look to the left in the pie chart, you will also see that we successfully leverage Medicaid and TANF dollars, as well as family cost participation. First Steps does require, for those families that meet the income requirements, to participate in supporting or funding, if you will, the therapeutic and early intervention services that are provided to their child. What's key for me is in that pie chart, you will see that in the mix, state funds are about 22% of the all. So we've done a very successful job in leveraging and braiding those other sources of funding. The other thing of note as you look at these metrics is that on any given day within First Steps, there are over 14,000 children, again, birth up to the age of 3, who are actively being served and supported through the First Steps system. In this last state fiscal year, as we closed on June the 30th, we had 34,000 referrals for these early intervention services, so we're continuing to see steady increase in the referral. And in this last fiscal year, over 27,000 children received services and support through First Steps as afforded through the service plan. I would also like to highlight the bottom row. I think significantly for me is the success and the importance of this service and the program First Steps. When we indicate children who exited with outcomes met before age 3, what that refers to is that child has now met appropriate developmental milestones. So they have achieved developmentally appropriate milestones and are no longer in need of those early intervention or ongoing services. You will also note that we work with our partners in public education to transition children successfully for those who might continue to require those early intervention services from 3 to 5. Oh, we'll just let that roll off there. So I will highlight for you finally the fiscal piece of this. Obviously, if you just go to the bottom lower corner, this indicates that we will have a fund balance of over $19.5 million. That is reflective of what I drew to your attention with the private insurance recoupment. We technically didn't leave dollars on the table. What this indicates is that we've been very successful in braiding and leveraging those other sources of funding, and we reduced our reliance on the state appropriation. Also, I would like to note, and this is something that we will be changing the upcoming fiscal year. Oftentimes, when you are looking at that federal funding down in the bottom section under sources of funding versus the state funding, those appropriations and fund balances may look odd to you as you know the funding that is appropriated. Oftentimes, if we utilize the state dollars as federal match, those have been reflected in the first row in the federal funding row. We are going to change, I believe, that format in the upcoming fiscal year just to provide a bit more clarity.
All right. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Teresa Colazar, Director of the Bureau of Rehabilitation Services. As Kelly mentioned, BRS, or the Bureau of Rehab Services, is one of the specific bureaus within the division, and within BRS, we house 4 units. I'm mostly going to talk through vocational rehabilitation today, but we also have blind and visual impairment services, deaf and hard of hearing services, and we are the designated state entity for the Independent Living Network in Indiana. On the next slide here, you'll see again those same 4 units referenced, along with the range of different fund sources that support the activities of those 4 units. We are largely very service-oriented. Our teams, our staff carry out eligibility, service planning, all in-house, as well as the case management functions are done in-house by our staff as well. I won't go over every fund source, but there are many. In general, we're about 3/4 federally funded. About 21% of the Bureau's funding comes from state dollars, and most of those state dollars are leveraged as match for federal grants. The next slide here is a little bit of a breakdown of who we served in vocational rehabilitation this past year based on type of disability, disability significance, and where folks were in terms of kind of their starting point in our system around employment. Our largest populations served are those with cognitive impairments, as well as those with mental health diagnosis, but we also serve a significant number of folks with physical impairments, as well as sensory impairments. Over 80% of our population were those with the most significant disabilities and usually the higher support needs or more complex needs. We are an employment program. Most people come to us and they're not yet working, and they've come to receive supports and services to help them go to work. But we also serve a significant number of individuals who are already working and come to us because they need some help to sustain that employment or some help with advancing in that employment, getting a better job. In 2025, state fiscal year 25, we collectively served over 26,000 individuals between the VR program, as well as another program called Pre-Employment Transition Services, kind of a sub-VR program that focuses on serving students with disabilities as they prepare for employment after high school. The next slide here, it shows some high-level categories of the different kinds of services that VR provides. So you'll see services on here like employment services, training, transportation, assistive technology, and many others. By far, that top row there, or top bar there, by far the largest area of spend is employment services. And I'll break that down just a little bit further as we look at the next slide. There you go. So there are quite a few broad categories that fit into that employment services bucket. Again, it is our most popular, most utilized type of service. About 38% of that roughly $22.5 million employment services expense this past year was in services that we call discovery. Those are really career exploration, vocational assessment, counseling and guidance in terms of vocational outcome services. And then other large areas of employment service spend include job search and placement services, as well as support on the job and support with retaining employment. Just quickly here, I'll highlight, there's a visual here that shows a dip in the population served there in 21-22, but a very sharp climb, very sharp growth up since 2022. Overall, we've seen about a 31% increase in applicants in the last 3 years. On the next slide, you'll see, again, some evidence here of that growth. This is just looking at from state fiscal year 24 to 25. We've continued to see growth across all enrollment categories here. One item I would love to highlight for you is that also includes growth and an increase in the number of VR participants who are exiting with employment. I have to send out a lot of thanks to our 2,000 plus vendors and partners because you were a big piece of this. We saw a 43% increase in people leaving with employment this past year. And finally, as we look at our budget summary, with growth in participants has come growth in expenses. So we have done taken quite a lot of action steps to shift dollars everywhere that we can. Again, if you work closely with us, you've probably seen we're really prioritizing vacancies to fill and not covering 100% or not filling 100% of positions. We've made some reductions and some terminations of contracts, trying to move those things in-house or reevaluate those needs, reducing staff travel, really trying to shift as many dollars as we can toward direct services. We're also refreshing our staff and helping to give them some better tools to make determinations for what are allowable services, what are services that are truly necessary for that vocational goal, as well as making sure we're really doing our due diligence to look at comparable benefits. And I'll turn it back to Kelly and Kathy.
Just a second, could you? I think someone told me that we weren't fully funding the program. Is that my misunderstanding?
That is not a misunderstanding, Secretary. You understand that correctly. We do have access to additional VR federal formula grant dollars that we cannot fully match right now. We are trying to leverage and generate more match, but there is still some dollars we could access if we could identify additional match.
And are we experiencing a wait list here?
No, we closed our wait list in October. We're doing our best to continue to serve everyone, although again, resources are getting tight, but that is our number one goal, is to continue to serve all eligible individuals.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the Bureau of Disability Services. Kathy Robinson and I are going to, if you will, kind of tag team on this presentation. Our director, Holly Wemsett, is also unable to be with us today. So just briefly as an overview, again, you will have this for reference as it is posted, but the Bureau of Disability Services currently houses 4 home and community-based service waivers as funded by Medicaid. We also oversee supervised group living, referred to as group homes, often known as group homes. We have district offices throughout the state of Indiana. We have 8 field offices, and we have service coordinators that support individuals and oversee and monitor those supervised group living situations, as well as serving as the point of entry, if you will, for intake and eligibility for individuals for it's an intermediate care facility, intellectual and developmental disability eligibility. So they process those applications of intake and determine eligibility. I'd like to highlight some of the metrics. First off is level of care. I know that's been a big topic of late as we have launched phase 2 of our level of care assessment representative, but level of care has been a function of Family and Social Services Administration for some time. I would just like to highlight for you the large volume of those assessments that are conducted each year. I think oftentimes this is an unknown in the public sector, but over 77,000 level of care determinations were made or completed for nursing facility level of care. In addition to that, you will see that an additional over 43,000 level of cares were completed, either initial or reassessments or redeterminations, if you will, for those individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So I just wanted to draw that to your attention. Also, just as a point of ensuring quality and compliance and ensuring fiscal sustainability integrity, at the bottom you will see that the state about a year ago implemented a process where we are auditing and reviewing those level of care decisions. So approximately 15% of those determinations are reviewed by a team housed within the state.
And Kelly, have we changed the manner in which we're doing level of care determination for 2026?
We have in many ways. As I referenced, we have launched a new process, phase 2, if you will, the level of care assessment representative. So we have a new vendor, Maximus, for this phase, if you will. Maximus is not new to the state. They have been conducting level of care assessments for nursing facility placements since about 2016. But they now are conducting those nursing facility level of care assessments for individuals in home and community-based waiver services. When individuals apply and knock on the door, that functional level of eligibility is determined immediately, and then determined if they can move through the process. We also have implemented some new tools and processes to improve the quality of the assessment.
Just would add, that's in relation to the nursing facility level of care, the intermediate care facility, ICF ID level of care is currently in the process of being changed, and that will be implemented. Most of you have likely seen the waivers that are out for public comment, and that eligibility tool change is represented there, and that will take effect probably early next year, January of '26.
And as I noted, the Bureau of Disability Services field staff conduct those particular eligibility determinations. So I just want to highlight again for you, this is an overview and you will have this for reference. I think it's important to note that the Bureau is supporting nearly 50,000 individuals across the 4 home and community-based service waiver array. I would also like to share with you the metrics on our family support waiver and health and wellness waiver. We do maintain waiting lists for those particular home and community-based waivers. Reflective on the right side are some metrics around the waiting list, and then over the past year, the demand or interest and the growth of those wait lists. But I would also like to highlight at the same time that we are seeing growth in active enrollment within both of those waivers. In the family support waiver, there's about a 4% growth over the past year. So those are not remaining static. We are serving more people, and as we will note later as we review some of the metrics, more people with more services. So we are continuing to enroll individuals and support Hoosiers. In the same vein, the health and wellness waiver, if you look at those numbers over a year, there's about a 15% increase in the number enrolled on the health and wellness waiver. While we were off to a bit of a slow start, I think this is showing the impact of some of the improvements that we have made in waiting list management and processes for level of care assessment and onboarding of individuals to those particular home and community-based waivers. This is just reflective of the interest and the number of applications that are received by our field staff. So this is reflective of those services focused on individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. This is just an overview of the metrics as it relates to the particular waivers. I think I will focus for you, and you can look at this information later, the number of invitations that were extended over this past fiscal year. Nearly 3,800 individuals were invited to join the health and wellness waiver, and a little over 3,000 individuals were invited to join the family support waiver. So we are continuing to engage in process. And the top metrics just show you the average cost or the average authorized budget per those 3 waivers that are reflective. The community integration and habilitation waiver is a priority or needs-based waiver. So those are individuals that typically have more complex needs, and so therefore that is reflective of the higher support budget. So this is the BEAD's operational program summary. This is not reflective of services. We will touch upon that in just a moment. You can see that we are within the appropriations and the funding made available to us. I will say that we don't anticipate a closure of the fiscal year with the remaining balance of $700,000. We're likely going to come in at even. If you were here for earlier presentations, there are dollars that are encumbered that then will be drawn down in the current state fiscal year. Also, just noting here too, you will see that same, if you will, anomaly in the federal funding as it relates to expenditures and funding available. There are state dollars folded into that are used as match. In the coming fiscal years, we report in the next quarterly, you'll see some movement in that area just to improve clarity. So where I'd like to close, and you know, Kathy's going to jump in and help me here where possible, is this data is published in our Medicaid reporting, but this is an overview of the Medicaid services. So it focuses on those supervised group living settings. You will see the small group homes and the large private facilities. The large facility is what we refer to as a CRMNF, or a Comprehensive Rehabilitation and Medical Needs Facility. That is a more secure, restrictive setting, voluntary, but it's for those individuals that might be in transition, kind of a step down between, say, a state psychiatric placement, a more restrictive setting, and a transition to a home and community-based setting. And then you see next the waivers that I've referenced that we operate within the Bureau. In all of the areas, at least for this particular fiscal year, we are under forecasted expenditures other than the family support waiver. We are very well aware of that. I have referenced the growth in the numbers that are supporting the family support waiver. We also continue to invite individuals to the family support waiver every month. So we have increasing volume, but we're also seeing increasing demand on services. So we're over projections. But I think more importantly is comparing this state fiscal year to the last state fiscal year. And we have seen a significant growth in expenditures, particularly in the community integration, rehabilitation waiver, as well as the family support waiver. I know many of you are aware, as Kathleen has referenced, there are some amendments that are out for public comment now. Some of those amendments are targeted at creating a system of sustainable services and ensuring that individuals have access to the services to continue to support them. And so we are continuing to kind of delve into this in kind of the cost containment. And that's reflected here when you look at our Medicaid and non-Medicaid expenditures. You can see a significant percentage of our expenditures are in that community integration and rehabilitation waiver. While that is the smallest population served, between 9,000 and 9,500, you know, that fluctuates, but it usually levels around 9,200 individuals. Those are the higher budgets and the largest portion of our expenditures. And then as well, the health and wellness waiver. So we are really focused on how do we create a model of service where we can support Hoosiers to ensure that they get the services that they need to live, you know, safely and healthily. Oh, I just like to knock these papers off the table today. That really leads me into, Kathy, I'm going to let you close a little bit. I want to make some distinction. We have a lot of initiatives, but we are truly focused on resetting our waivers, waiver reset, as we fondly refer.
Yeah, if I may, later today, OMPP will be up here, and there is some, candidly, there is some double counting here that, so just be tolerant of that reality.
And we don't want to steal their thunder. I think, you know, Kathy speaks to this very well, but there will be more information that we will share at upcoming DDRS Advisory Council and other matters of engagement, but really looking at redesigning our current array of waivers to better support individuals within our current budget.
Yes. So I think just to tag on a little bit, the amendments that are currently out for public comment, I think we still have a couple of days of public comment remaining. We review and consider that information as it comes through, and we will continue to do that. So final kind of path forward on those waivers. We're still under consideration. We have opportunity to review all of that feedback before we submit the information to CMS, which is a required step, and they have several months to consider those changes as well. But just to, I think, to note, for purposes of simplicity, those waiver amendments are not waiver resets. Waiver reset will be some activities and engagement that will take place post those amendments taking effect. And so, as Kelly mentioned, you'll see some adjustments that were made in that waiver. That's not a reset. Those are some sustainability measures that we feel are necessary to continue to get us to a place where we can have a more robust reset action on those waivers, and that really means looking at a different array of waivers and looking at a different array of services.
So I'll quickly wrap up. This is the DDRS admin program summary. As you can see, we run a pretty tight ship on the administrative end. We're a small group, a small team, and we are coming in under the funding available and manage those well. Overall, you can see the big picture of all the bureaus and the administrative pieces of DDRS. Again, seeing that we're going to end the year with a fund balance, most of that is attributable to the Bureau of Child Development Services and First Steps as it relates to that successful recoupment of other funding sources. And this is just a snapshot in closure of those expenditures. I'm really pleased to say, see that little narrow slice on the left? That's DDRS admin. I think what I want to say to you is we work diligently to put the dollars where they count in supporting Hoosiers with disabilities. This is an overview of our contract summary. We have been working with many of our partners, and they have been great partners. We have achieved some successful contract reductions, again, in order to put as much of the dollars as we can to the services that support Hoosiers. So we'll be working to update and amend those contracts. And just highlighting once again that we will, over this next year, be partnering with Division of Aging on our operational end and working as DDRS, but we will continue to report over this coming fiscal year as DDRS until we can get that formally recognized through a legislative process. I think that's it. Thank you. I thought I had a thank you slide. Sorry.
Do you have any questions, Mr. Secretary?
I do not.
Okay. Before questions, I just wanted to state to everyone that not every question will be read due to limited time and other factors, like the question you asked was answered during the presentation, or it was super long and complicated, or your question was a statement in disguise. It won't be answered during this presentation. However, every question will receive a written response. So we appreciate every question submitted, and you will all get an answer. So for the first question for the team, can you speak to the rationale behind capping services within the FSW and CIH waivers?
Yes, I can try to speak to that briefly, recognizing that we don't have much time. I think we talked about cost containment, and I realize that the family support waiver particularly is a capped waiver. But a cap on a budget, number one, a plan of services should be based on individual need, not I received a budget and therefore should spend up to the maximum. So that's part of what we are trying to communicate with our advocacy partners. We're very much trying to message that we want everyone to have what they need, and we need to utilize our limited resources as effectively as possible. And that's going to take each and every one of us working together as individuals, receiving services, and families, and advocacy groups, and providers and partners. Number two, there were particular services that were referenced, and we have found that we need to provide better clarity, if you will, around the service definition. Of note, music therapy, recreational therapy, and behavioral therapy. I know there's been a lot of interest around recreational therapy. Those services are meant to be therapeutic in nature, not meant to be one that becomes a paid relationship. They should be focused. We want those are higher cost services at nearly, well, they're right at $67 an hour. We have uncovered that recreational therapists, in doing their work, and I'm not making judgment on the work, are often providing transportation, and that is a rather expensive cost, if you will, for transportation. We also want individuals to be able to leverage other services like participant and attendant care and residential rehabilitation services, and encourage those therapeutic providers to work with families and individuals and partners to enhance and support that independence. We also need to provide some clarity. The rate build-ups for many of those services include already indirect time. For instance, for recreational therapy, a 60-minute unit is for 52 minutes of direct service. It also includes another 20 minutes for commute time, travel in between, for which the individual is paid, and there's reimbursement for mileage at the federal rate that is factored into that rate. So when individuals are billing transportation for a therapeutic service that already includes that, we're not using the service as it was intended to be. So we're owning part of that. We're trying to redefine and reflect that. We want individuals to continue to have choice of providers and choice of service within the array and within the budget that is afforded and allowable. Kathy, did I miss any piece?
So just say, we're still in the public comment process. We have gotten comments. We have gotten calls, we have gotten letters, and we have reviewed those. So I don't want anyone to think that that process is not taken seriously. One of the things that we have done, unfortunately, we are not, as Kelly just pointed out, with the administrative budget we have, do not have the capacity to call every single person back and have a conversation with them. However, please know your information is being reviewed. One of the things that we would like to explore as part of this proposed amendment and some of the proposed changes is how we can work with providers going forward on how best to deliver this service in a sustainable manner and how to ensure that it is documented in such a way that we can demonstrate its efficacy.
Thank you.
This next question is from David Dorner. How did private insurance reimbursement increase for the First Steps program?
There were actually several pieces to this. Christina Commons, the director, and I were discussing this. Actually, we've become, our partner, our vendor, has become quite effective in working with all of our providers, and our providers have become effective in using proper codes, CPT codes, for insurance billing, and just knowing how to better leverage that. I think in developing those relationships, I will say our provider network has worked with us diligently on this as well, but I do have to give our current vendor, PCG, a lot of cred, if you will, in working with us. But I can't, I'd be remiss without stating that Christina Commons and the entire First Steps team have spent an extraordinary amount of time on this particular matter to ensure that they fully leverage all of the dollars that are available.
And I would just add that contract is incentive-based. The better that they can recoup insurance, the better their recoupments as a vendor is. And so we've seen that be a strong motivator for them to be particularly effective at insurance billing.
This next question is from Sarah Starcher. Is there any plan to open up more slots for the TBI waiver?
Not at the present time. Given the current fiscal climate and you know the budget or appropriations within which we're working, we would not be adding additional slots to the TBI or any other waiver.
This next question is from and Mariah Brown. Are there plans for hiring additional BDS staff?
I hope that I interpret this correctly. So we will not be adding positions. So we will move forward as appropriate if there are vacated positions and refilling those to ensure sustainability of operations as it fits within budget. But there aren't current plans to expand the number of team members within that bureau.
And a follow-up, has the addition of the other waivers contributed to the length of time people are on the waiting list or put a strain on BDS's ability to provide support to families?
The addition of the other waivers have not had an impact on the family support waiver. I'm assuming that's what's being referenced, waiting list. There actually were just several factors. If you'll refer back, and Kathy, are you able to go back to the BEADS applications? We are continuing to see a high level of demand for those particular services. And we do have, I mean, we have capacity and an allowable capacity with CMS. During COVID, I think many of you know, we did slow the onboarding of individuals onto the family support waiver. And that was for many factors. That then kind of built up the waiting list as we slowed that. Now, we have since increased. We at one time were at 150. We are inviting 200 individuals per month. I'm looking to Kathy. Correct me if I throw out a wrong number. 200 individuals per month. So we are, I guess, if you will, eating into that a bit, that build up during COVID, but we're not seeing, the demand dip. The other factor that I will note, and Kathy referenced this in the current set of amendments, we will be implementing a new level of care assessment tool for eligibility for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Currently now, about 99% of individuals who apply for services, for these particular services, are found eligible. We know that is not typical from across the nation, and that tells us our tool is not accurate. We should more likely see a 90 to 92%. So we are turning away, if you will, very few people. Now, I'm hesitant to use that word because our goal is not to turn people away. It is not. Our goal is to ensure that we find the right people eligible and that we connect them to the right services, because as we all well know, there are limited sources of funding. There's a limited pie overall, and we need to make sure that we're all accessing those services as appropriate.
So just wanted to highlight this slide where we show the number.
Yes, thank you.
So last year, we found 174 people not eligible for the DD waivers.
Out of 43,428. I think and that is another area that we're looking at when we're talking about some of the caps and the changes. We are continuing to bring individuals on to this in the CIH, or the community integration waiver. We are not, see people move on or reduce reliance. We also really want to focus on how do we enhance individuals' level of independence. We know that there will always be individuals that will rely on some level of support, and we're not saying that people will never need, but we really do need to focus on not only how many are coming on, but level of service, and are we moving toward those outcomes where we're enhancing independence, building typical relationships, and other supports and networks. And I know I'm close to time, Marcus.
Yes, thank you. We will reconvene at 1:30 for the Division of Mental Health and Addiction. Thank you, everyone, for coming to the Indiana Family and Social Services Administration's quarterly financial review. Next, we have the Division of Mental Health and Addiction with Director Sarah Sailors. A quick reminder, if you have a question, you can send it to the Ask the Secretary email address that's on the screen, askthesecretary@fssa.in.gov, or you can raise your hand and someone will get you a note card. We will be reading those questions after the presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sarah Sailors, Director for the Division of Mental Health and Addiction. With me today, several members of my team, subject matter experts, can you hear me? Who will introduce themselves throughout the presentation. As we reflect back on state fiscal year 25 and close out that important work, we thought it would be a great opportunity to remind us about why we do this work. And so today we've asked Phil Stuckey to join us and share a little bit about his story and how he works alongside DMHA.
Awesome. Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah. I'm actually one of those kind of voices that projects really well, so sometimes having a mic is kind of scary for me sometimes. So my name is Phil Stuckey, and it is an absolute pleasure to be here with you all. I was asked just a few days ago if I would come and have a conversation. Becky called me and said, hey, I need you to give me 5 minutes to talk. And my first thing was, have you met me? It takes more than 5 minutes for me to even get out my name and acronyms behind that. But the first thing I did is she said, I need you to tell your story and talk about the organization and get that done. And so the first thing I did is I got on ChatGPT and said, how do I tell my story in under 8 minutes? And ChatGPT told me to give you a hook real quick to keep you intrigued. So the hook is, my name is Phil Stuckey. I'm someone in long-term recovery. I've been convicted over 16 different felonies. I have been overdosed over 3 different times and brought back to life. I had over 4 different DCS cases at one time. And I'm here today to talk about some of the amazing things that we get to do back in the community and being someone in long-term recovery that's able to do that. I'm actually from down south, that you may hear a little accent to me. I'm down by Louisville, Kentucky. I'm born and raised in Clark County, Indiana. I actually, when I was 16 years old, I was homeschooled. Now, if you can go back with me, when I was 16 years old, I was homeschooled when homeschooling wasn't the cool thing to do anymore. It was actually for some, personal reasons. And so I was homeschooled, and I actually graduated at 16 years old, and I started working in construction. I broke my neck on a construction job and started taking painkillers. The doctor told me either we do an operation to fix your neck or we give you painkillers. He said, you're so young, your body will heal naturally, so let's just do the painkillers. So I did those for quite a year, kept my medications. Of course, my tolerance grew. You all are very well-educated individuals. You all know what that looks like. You go back to your doctor, you talk about your tolerance, they up your medications. At 21 years old, I actually joined the New Albany Police Department, and I was a police officer for over 6.5 years. During that time, this is 2003 to 2009, I worked I did the patrol division, and then I started helping out the flex team, which is the undercover narcotics team. Come to find out I was really good at that job. Yep. And what happened was I did that for quite a while. Then still young, 21 years old, being a police officer, I didn't like authority figures telling me what to do. So I quit that job and I started working in construction again. I went back to my physician, and my wife at the time was a nurse, and I said, I'm addicted to these painkillers. And at that time, I was 200 pills short in my account that I just got 2 weeks ago. And she said, you need to talk to your doctor, and so I did. And I truly believe in my heart that my doctor did the best that she could at the time, but she started me on something. Now, this is back in 2010. She started me on something called fentanyl patches. And so it did not take me long to learn how to divert fentanyl patches. Fast forward just quite a bit. Of course, that I had to be able to get up and operate, and I'm diverting the medication. I go and I do my annual or my monthly screens with them, and I ended up getting kicked out of that medical provider due to I was taking other drugs as well. Ended up houseless, living on the streets of Louisville, Kentucky for over 18 months. I became an intravenous drug user with heroin, and I did that for quite some time, for a few years. I had an amazing family, I had an amazing life. My wife was very supportive, but it just wasn't enough to get me off because I just wanted to feel okay again. I wasn't chasing a high, I wasn't chasing a drug, I was chasing the feeling of trying to be a father. I was chasing the feeling of trying to get up and just do what normal people did. But unfortunately, I couldn't do that until I put an illegal substance inside of my body. So let's fast forward just a little bit. 16 convicted felonies later, and 3 overdoses. I've been into the treatment center over 13 different times. There was actually a treatment center down south that I told them they need to name a wing after me because my insurance paid for so many trips. They still haven't, but we'll talk about that later. So with that, I was able to get into treatment and start my recovery journey, right? In this November, I'll be celebrating 11 years in my journey, and thank you. I do want to say, well, that applause is necessary, or not necessary, but appreciated. I didn't do it by myself. I did it with the amazing support of people like you all, people in the community, even people that didn't know that they were helping me, but were helping the recovery process, which gave me the additional support systems. Out of that, and I know I just got a quick few more minutes, out of that, in 2015, I don't know if you all have heard about this thing, but there's a place called Scott County, Indiana. Scott County, Indiana made national news. We had the CBC come and do stories on us over the HIV epidemic that happened. Since then, you all came down, the state, federal. We had so many amazing partners come down and collaborate to say, how can we help and how can we fix this? And what they found is that it was a generational use of syringes that was happening with grandparents and mothers and children and fathers, where they were doing a lot of needle sharing. And so the community, we were able to start the first SSP in the state of Indiana. And then the community said, well, how do we talk to people in recovery? And so what they did is they started bringing people in recovery to talk to the community. And we started an organization called Thrive. Thrive stands for Teach, Heal, Recover, Involve, Value, and Encourage. That organization, we did that for 3.5 years. We had, in 2017, we had the most certified peer coaches in the state of Indiana. And we did the best that we could. We all worked other jobs and did other things. And so for 3.5 years, we did it on a voluntary basis. And then another thing happened in 2020 called COVID. And when that happened, Becky and her team came to us and said, how do we get what you all are doing and implement that across the state and get involved in something called a recovery hub? And they got with an organization, Mental Health America and the IRN, overseeing that, and gave us the first chance that we were able to do to actually start employing peers throughout the counties that we served. And so just to give you a little data about what that looks like, right now Thrive is one of the largest peer services organization that's in the state. We have over 41 employees that we service. We cover 12 counties in the southeast region. We were able in the last year, now this is about some of the jail services we do. We do some programs called the IRACs with IFS under their Mental Health America of Indiana. But without that jail service, we have seen roughly around 700 unique individuals monthly every month. So touching almost 700 individuals throughout just the counties that we cover. We do about 2,500 interactions within that month. We're able to work with the state and we do something called lift rides. So if you can hit those 4 dimensions of recovery, which is home, health, purpose, and community, we're able to give people lift rides to treatment. We're able to give people lift rides to make sure they can meet with their coaches. And we're able to really serve and help the communities that we took from. It's kind of amazing that I have 41 employees and all 40 of us are felons. And we're walking into jails today. We're walking into hospitals today. We're walking into problem-solving courts. We're walking into judges' chambers. and they're asking for our feedback on how to work with individuals. And I want to say, without the partnership with FSSA and DMHA, we wouldn't be able to possible. So I want to thank you all for your time, and we'll talk later about getting my name on that wall. So thank you.
Thank you, Phil. We appreciate you sharing your story with us today. Through DMHA's strategic planning in state fiscal year 25, the federal block grant, the community mental health centers, and our certified community behavioral health clinics, the system served over 110,000 adults and 58,000 youth. In January of this year, we were delighted to begin participating in the the certified community behavioral health clinic demonstration. Say that fast 3 times. We have 8 providers participating in the CCBHC program. We cover all of the counties that are highlighted on the map that you see. A couple of things to call out about this program is this is a high quality, high visibility program. We include 21 quality metrics and goals. You can see we have site-specific service mix goals that are listed in the 9 boxes at the top of the slide. A couple of categories to highlight are the crisis services, outpatient mental health and substance use services, and then our peer services. These are among the 9 services offered to anyone, regardless of their diagnosis or their ability to pay. Here you see the 9 service mix categories where we've gathered baseline data and set 5-year program goals. The pilot sites then collaborated with the state to develop individual service mix goals for 2025. I think that will help us demonstrate the progress that we're making towards those 5-year objectives. Highlighted in red is our skills training. This goal is actually set at a maximum, and we hope to see a decrease in utilization. We want to see this representing no more than 30% of our services provided at each site. In the blue, you will see service areas targeted for increase and set at minimums. They include such things as outpatient mental health and SUD services, medical office visits, and primary care and screening. Referring back to the required quality metrics, there are 2 specific areas that we're watching, including the average business days between first contact and psychological evaluation. You can see here both a comparison of the 16 CMHC sites and our 8 CCBHC sites. We also compare quarter 3 to quarter 4. So our traditional CMHC service model is at 10 days versus our CCBHC model, which is performing at 4 days. The other metric that you see here on the slide to the right is the average business days between first contact and ongoing care, with the same 2 ways of comparing that data. We see that the CMHCs average 22 days and our CCBHCs are averaging 17 days this quarter. We're going to transition into some data regarding our 988 crisis
Sarah,
response system.
can I ask a question, or
Yeah.
just make, I guess, more of a statement? Can you go back 2 slides? Perfect. Okay, so you'll hear me talk a lot about transforming the care model. Well, if we're able to do this, right, if we're able to go from outpatient mental health and SUD 22% to 35%, we're able to change skills training, drop that, in some places it's as high as 80%, down to 30%, right? So we can have, that is a significant alteration in the care model. So that's what for other folks who are in the room, that's the kind of change that we believe we need.
Exactly. So our 988 crisis response system is a 3-pillar system with someone to call or what we refer to as our 988 call centers. We have 5 centers, one focused on text to chat, and then 4 other traditional call centers, and they cover the entire state. In quarter 4, you can see the data all the way to the left of the screen, where we answered more than 92,000 calls with a 97% answer rate. In Pillar 2, this is where we have someone to respond with our designated mobile crisis teams. We have 21 different providers serving over 90% of our state at this point. In quarter 4, we had just over 2,600 responses, with 2,300 of those being for unique individuals. And then finally, in our third pillar is Somewhere to Go, which is our crisis receiving and stabilization services. We currently have 21 sites across the state serving individuals as a safe place for help. We offer diversion from our criminal justice system, our emergency rooms, and hospital systems in general. And so we continue to see growth in all 3 pillars with utilization, but in our third pillar specifically, it shows with just over 4,400 visits, with a little over 3,100 of those being unique individuals.
Right, here you'll see a breakdown of DMHA's programs that are funded through Medicaid. The column for year-to-date expenditure represents the entire 12 months of state fiscal year 25. If we want to just touch very briefly on each program, adult mental health and habitation serves individuals with serious and persistent mental illness. There's the child mental health wraparound as well, which is a high-fidelity program that focus on keeping youth in the community out of psychiatric residential treatments. The behavioral primary health is Medicaid-covered services that helps members coordinate healthcare services. Inpatient psychiatric are for acute or inpatient hospitalization. The mental health rehabilitation, which is our MRO, that is only billable through Community Mental Health Network. The certified community behavioral health clinics, and then our other mental health services, which are clinic option services, and then our PRTF, which are our residential facilities for, I'm just gonna get into the numbers a little bit. We had, for the most part, a positive variance comparing our forecast to our actuals. Only in the child mental health wraparound and the mental health rehabilitation did we under budget for the year. In the larger picture, we were 37 million under what we had budgeted for the state fiscal year.
Let me just add again that these numbers will be duplicated inside the OMPP discussion. So please don't try to foot this.
Thank you. Moving on then.
Yep, you're good.
Oh, all right, losing my mind up here. Moving on then to our non-Medicaid summary. Each of these are going to be discussed in more specific detail in the following slides. But in every one of our major program categories, our fund balance does result in a positive available after the close of the year, with the exception of our methadone clinics, where we were able to get a supplement of funding. A number of the fund balances that are resolved in here are the ones that are still encumbered on purchase orders, where we will continue to have billing throughout the next 60 days. And so we'll be revisiting these numbers after the close of the current quarter to really see where we landed the plane on these state dollars and federal dollars. Moving on then to the next slide. You can see the breakdown between our federal, state, and dedicated funding. In the federal funding, we had 130 million over the course of the year, 100 million from our state funds, and then 38 million from our dedicated funds. Again, this remaining fund balance will reduce over the period of time as billing continues for our purchase orders. And we expect then to have a final report at the close of September.
So this slide is reflective of the seriously mentally ill and socially emotionally disturbed individuals. It's Medicaid terms for how DMHA identifies the individuals that we serve. And so this just provides some definitions for those individuals that Rebecca is going to now talk about the funding.
Right, for our SMI program, our June expenditures, we did some moving of funds around to make sure that we had an appropriate fund balance in our salary and expense. We utilize primarily our federal funding for this program. Very little state funds is used. Most of our funding in this program are for our contracts and our grants. We do support some personnel in here. As I'm sure that everyone has mentioned today, we've budget our personnel costs based on our head count at the beginning of the year, and as staff turnover happens, and it does take time sometimes to fill positions, you're going to see a positive fund balance in our salary and benefits for virtually every program as we have tried to hire vacancies. Our contracts and our grants also will continue to bill. Moving on then to the next funding, which is our seriously emotionally disturbed program. Similar situation here where we have experienced some staff vacancy that allows us to have a positive fund balance in our salaries, and then our contracts and grants still have available encumbrance. This is another one that is supported primarily by our federal grants and only slightly by our state fund.
Okay, and moving on, I am Kelly Welker. I'm the Director of Addiction and Prevention Services here at DMHA, and just gonna kind of highlight some of our programs that we serve. And I do want to point out that you will see some of our treatment services reflected throughout here, but a large portion of those are provided to individuals enrolled in our Medicaid HIP program. So you will hear about those numbers at the next, when OMPP comes up for that. So some of the stuff that we do pay for is recovery residences. So for somebody who is coming out of treatment, needs a safe space to live, we will pay for their room and board as they get back on their feet. We will also pay for residential treatment stays at ASAM level 3.1 or 3.5 levels of care. And that's for individuals at 200% below poverty level in our priority populations, such as pregnant women, women with dependent children. And I also want to point out, as our state treatment funds, as Phil was saying, we do help provide rides through Lyft. So if people need help getting into treatment, getting into recovery appointments, we do have access to funds to pay for those services. And just quickly going over some of our metrics, we provided almost 1,400 rides in SFY 25. We served, we have unduplicated counts per quarter. Now, some individuals may be served more in one quarter, so that total SFY is not going to add up. But as you can see, we had over 541 unique individuals for recovery residences, over 1,200 in our substance use disorder treatment, and over 323,000 doses of naloxone were distributed throughout the state. And I'll turn it over to Rebecca to go over the financial piece.
All right, these are our financials for the substance abuse treatment program. This is funded primarily from our federal grants as well, and then from the state from the state dedicated funds, we do utilize the opioid settlement fund for this as well. Most of our remaining balance is in the contracts, and to have some social services payments here for direct services.
Okay, and moving on, I know we are short on time, so I will kind of speed through this. We also do support gambling, so we have providers that provide gambling education and treatment throughout the state, also administer the problem gambling helpline, and provide oversight of those providers. And moving on to the metrics, we've had, thank you, just over 2,600 people, unique people served throughout the year, over 528 intakes, over 427 people who have voluntarily excluded themselves from gambling, 83 internet self-restricted, and then we've had 534 calls to the gambling line.
Gambling prevention program is funded solely by a dedicated state fund. It does support some salary and benefits for our staff, as well as contracts and direct services for gambling education.
Okay, and moving on to prevention. As you can see on the map, everywhere that is shaded, that is where prevention programming is happening throughout the state, and that is evidence-based programs, as well as social media campaigns that will go statewide.
Substance abuse prevention program is funded, again, primarily by our federal block grant. We do support some salary on this as well, though it looks like we had a little bit of an overspend in our salary on this for this year, so we are making sure that we budget for our staff appropriately in the coming year. We do still have a pretty significant balance of encumbrance on our purchase orders for our contracts.
And moving on to the opioid settlement funds, I do want to point out that the numbers that you see here, it's a 50-50 split. So 50% comes straight to the state and 50% goes straight to the locals. So anything that's being reported on here is what is coming to FSSA through the state. And I do want to point out all the information can be found on the Attorney General's website, as well as our Indiana opioid settlement site that shows our plans for how to spend the funds and where all the funding has gone to date so far. And we are encouraging our local communities to utilize their opioid settlement funds through matching programs where the locals will provide a match and then the state will provide a match on that.
Our opioid program is funded entirely by the state dedicated fund and goes almost exclusively to contracts. We will not be budgeting for staff expenses in the coming year for this fund.
And moving on to our opioid treatment programs, also known as methadone clinics. We currently have 26 clinics throughout the state, and that shows a map of where they're all located. And as I said, we have 26, and they are highly regulated by DEA, us, and SAMHSA as well. And just a few metrics, in SFY 25, we had over 14,000 unique individuals served in our OTPs, over 5,600 admissions, and over 5,100 discharges.
The methadone clinics was an area of high utilization this year for our agency. It is also funded out of the opioid dedicated fund. We under budgeted for this in this year, and so we are looking to see how we can adjust to meet the needs of Hoosiers going forward.
And just with that real quickly, we are appropriated legislatively the amount every year, and that amount has not changed. So in 2017, we had 13 opioid treatment programs. We now have 26. So that obviously caused an increase to pay our staff for the oversight and all of that. So all of this is billed back to the opioid treatment program, so this will end out at a 0 at the end of the year.
So my name is Becky Buhner, and I'm the Deputy Director at the Division of Mental Health and Addiction. Recovery Works, otherwise known as the Mental Health and Addiction Forensic Treatment Fund, was launched in 2016, and at the time was an allocation of $25 million a year. The funding is used to support individuals pre- and post-incarceration who have a felony and who need access to mental health or addiction treatment or recovery services because they do not at the time have a third-party payer. Recovery Works pays for treatment services pending the third-party payer. They also pay for recovery supports such as housing some of what Phil talked about with peer supports and the Integrated Recovery and Correctional Support Services Program, IRACS, are funded through Recovery Works. The IRACS program is a program that is supported and provides peers in the jail system. Looking at some metrics for Recovery Works, as you will see, the total expended for each quarter, those are the service payments that actually paid for the treatment services or the housing. It's about $6 million in total for the state fiscal year. And you can see the number of newly enrolled participants by quarter and the number that are utilizing services. And so Recovery Works does not kick someone out after a certain period of time. They do look at an annual redetermination, but for the most part, as long as someone is still eligible, they can remain to get and bill services through Recovery Works. The number of referrals that come in through PACE, which is the Public Advocate and Community Reentry Agency that does our common access for Recovery Works, it looks like, as you can see, there's about 1,000 a month, give or take. It is a little bit less than the total number of newly enrolled, and that is because we also have options for self-referrals into Recovery Works through the web. The Integrated Reentry and Correctional Support Program, you can see the numbers here on the individuals served. These are individuals that are served in jail by a peer support. So some of what Phil mentioned, the work they are doing in jails is through the IRACS program. And the data here on recovery hours, the total peer recovery hours, is updated since our last quarterly review. We realized that we were reporting units, not necessarily hours, so we wanted to clarify and make sure that we were consistent in our data reporting. So this is reporting on hours, and then you can see the new intakes. And so when looking at the new intakes, this is the number of individuals in any given quarter that went into a jail and had a soon contact, within 24 to 48 hours, contact with a peer or somebody that likely had been where they were to help them on that journey. Unite Indy is a partnership where we provide transportation for individuals with felonies to their jobs. It's door-to-door transportation through Unite Indy with vans and partnership with employers so that they have direct access to transportation for their employment.
Becky, can you flip back to the next slide?
I can.
So like several other places in the agency, we have two programs named the same thing that do different things. So we have two PACE programs. This is one of the two PACE programs. The other one deals with healthcare, and we'll talk about that in the next hour.
Yes. We like to keep common names.
Recovery Works is funded entirely by a state general fund. In the previous, the state fiscal 25, it was appropriated at 25 million, and we spent 16.6. In the upcoming year, it is only appropriated at 12.5 million, and so we are adjusting our budget to ensure that we stay within our appropriation.
Good afternoon, Katrina Norris, Executive Director for the Indiana State Psychiatric Hospital Network. This is the competency restoration slide. It's really kind of hard for me to see from this point. But it really is here to display the massive influx of incompetent to stand trial referrals across the past decade. And since 2021, these numbers also encompass the patients that were treated not only in our state hospitals, but by third-party contractors, which were funded through Recovery Works. Sorry.
Go back to that previous slide. So obviously, this is my second tour of duty. On my first tour of duty, we had, and maybe you have the slide that does the percentage of people who are, I should just wait.
I do. Okay, so now on to these metrics, the competency metrics here. So this is data specific for this past state fiscal year for patients who were treated by third-party contractors outside of the state psychiatric hospital network. So you can see that the CREATE partners are here, and then there are two jail-based programs that are also on this slide through the course of the year. CREATE partners, for those of you who do not know, are inpatient psychiatric units. And then the Valley Oaks Southwestern contracts ran our jail-based competency restoration programs throughout this state fiscal year. You can also see that 3 of the 5 of these contracts have ended in this state fiscal year, and 2 were extended through the end of September with no additional funds added. And an RFP was recently awarded to continue the use of the inpatient third-party contractors through this biennium, which will serve as a huge relief valve for the state psychiatric hospital network. Also, just for FYI in this, all patients that are referred to these third-party contractors are screened and determined to be of low risk and high probability for prompt competency restoration services. Next slide, please.
The competency restoration program is primarily the contracts, as Katrina said. For the upcoming year, it will be funded at $10 million from the state general SMI fund through those 2 contracts that she referenced. There will be no other costs incurred by the competency restoration program in the coming year.
So we have a team of individuals at DMHA that do our quality assurance and quality improvement. And we have several different types of certifications that we offer, including addiction certifications, community mental health center certifications. This team does the site visits and audits for all of those providers. In this past quarter, they received 123 provider complaints and 518 provider-reported critical incidents. As you can see here, there are different trends listed here as far as when they go out to do those audits, what are they seeing? I would say, in summary, a lot of it boils down to ineffective or not complete documentation is probably the largest trend. Here's more specific data on the number of site visits that were completed for our provider network. Just a note here, private mental health institutions, the very first column, those are always unscheduled. The team goes out without notice to those entities. And then for the critical incidents, those can be anything from a medication error to an injury to a patient death. The corrective action plans listed here. And then conditional, I just want to make a note that conditional status doesn't necessarily mean it's a negative thing. It means that there is a condition connected to that entity's certification. So there are times when entities have accreditation requirements through JCO or CARF that might not exactly line up with our certification. So if we don't have that updated JCO or CARF accreditation, we might place them on conditional until we receive that. Or it could also be that the team went out and there were found issues within the facility or within that provider that required us to have safety concerns or some other type of concern that would then result to them being put on conditional. So it's important to know the purpose of the conditional.
This slide represents the DMHA administrative costs. These are ones that are not directly billed to one of our other programs. It is primarily our staff and the costs that support the staff. The small amount that is there under contracts are also administrative contracts that support the operation of our agency. We do try to use cost allocation to put as much of our expenses onto the federal program as possible, but we do have a state general appropriation for these costs. Moving on, this slide represents our major contracts. The Community Mental Health Centers line represents 22 different Community Mental Health Center contracts, all aggregated into one. Then we obviously have our 3 pillars of the 988, the CREATE contracts as well. And this represents how they are funded and the balance on these contracts.
Back again. Thank you. It's kind of a division in a division, if you will, with the state hospitals. So here we go for the state psychiatric hospital network. On this slide, you'll notice a slight increase in the number of patients served within the state hospitals in comparison to previous state fiscal years. And this is my favorite colorful slide, because it really shows how impressive the work that these teams do on a daily basis and what they're faced with. This is our occupancy for the entire state fiscal year. So throughout this past fiscal year, each location remained at high occupancy, serving the maximum number of Hoosiers within our ability to do so, while delivering high-quality psychiatric care to some of the most impacted citizens of our state suffering with severe mental illness and SUD. For informational purposes, as a network, we have 774 operational beds with an average occupancy for the network sitting at 96% today. Well, I should probably go back a second. And also as a reminder for those, I see a lot of friends here, but some of you may not know. We at the State Psychiatric Hospital Network have to continue to meet our legal obligations to treat our court-ordered patients, whether that is forensic or civilly committed. And we remain incredibly proud of the work that these teams have done throughout this state fiscal year. When we had our last QFR, our wait list was over 150. Today, I can proudly say it is not that high. It's just a little under 120. So we are making progress in moving the needle on the wait times. Despite that, there still is a wait, unfortunately. So in the final quarter of this state fiscal year, you can see the average wait times for each location. And there is a high level of variability in this data. Wait times are not only impacted by the number of referrals received, but also the availability of beds and the staffing ratios. We've worked intensively on eliminating wait times specifically for youth referrals and maximizing all of our resources to expand bed capacity at the NDI, and also cross-collaboration with the Children's Center of Evansville. So to date, the Children's Center in Evansville and the NDI teams have collaborated to assure that all youth referrals have a bed offer date if there is an open bed at either location to ensure the promptest service to those youth that need our level of care. There should never be a wait if we have a bed at either location, especially for our youth referrals. This is a slide you were waiting for, Mr. Secretary. So this is our last quarter. This slide shows not only the number of patients that were admitted in this quarter, but also the patient populations that we are currently serving during those 3 months. So again, it's important to note that the competency crisis is a national problem, and our leadership continues to work closely with the judicial branch through the Indiana Supreme Court's Office of Behavioral Health to implement the recommendations from the National Center for State Courts to divert Hoosiers that may be safely restored within their home communities, and opening space for those with more intensive medical and psychiatric needs within the state hospital system. So you can see there what our last quarter looked like, and it is indicative of that competency crisis.
Right, so I was at, where was I this week or last week? I was out in Richmond. And 20 years ago, when I first visited Richmond, we had 0 forensic patients at Richmond.
Mm-hmm.
Today, 58% of the census of 171 is a forensic patient, which means that's a bed that isn't being used by a non-forensic patient, clearly, right? You know,
Right.
Phi Beta Kappa. But, I mean, we really got to work with the courts on this, because the explosion that you referenced in your earlier slide on the forensic piece is just, I mean, what did you say, 354%?
398% in a decade.
I underestimated it. I mean, that is an enormous expense, because it's costing us $1,000 a day inside or outside of our state hospitals, just from a ballpark figure, to treat these individuals. And I guess it's just, I am not a mental health professional, nor am I a criminal justice professional, but that explosion is hard to see how that can have happened over that period of time.
Absolutely. And again, it's a national crisis. This is not exclusive to Indiana. And we're fortunate in Indiana to have the leadership that we have in the judicial branch as well that are supporting these efforts in this national task force. So we hope to remedy the problem with the cross collaboration. Moving on to everyone else's favorite discussion, staffing. Staffing levels continue to decrease, as you can see in the last quarter, as the network again has focused on collaborative efforts, conversion of costly contractual staff, and shared resources. I would be remiss if I did not give a shout out to my teams for the work that they did to decrease the use of contractual labor over the course of this state fiscal year. You can see that decline. And this initiative was led exclusively by the local state hospital leadership, and I'm incredibly proud of the teams for the work they've done in this area. These are our largest network contracts for the state fiscal year and represent what most healthcare entities are paying in a similar fashion. Electronic medical record with Cerner, now Oracle, our food services, our pharmacy services, as well as the cost for reporting, cost reporting and centralized billing functions. And this is the summary slide, and it looks very bright. And we talked about that at the last QFR. I'm happy to reflect on how we got here, but I will spare you that pain and just tell you this, that we closed this state fiscal year with a deficit of $20 million. And although that is a deficit, it is around $5 million less than we projected and shared at the March QFR. That, again, is a direct result of accountability and actions taken by our agency leaders, as well as the dedicated teams at each of the state hospital locations. Our expenditures, like most businesses, again, the cost of staffing, but it's important, again, for individuals to know that due to the highly regulated environment in which the hospitals operate, including prescriptive staffing requirements, with certain roles such as registered nurses and psychiatrists and how they are utilized are a part of our Joint Commission accreditation and guides how we operate to provide the safest and healthcare industry standards, even though that comes at a cost. The cost is necessary to assure the best care for our patients. I know this slide's a little bit hard to read, but you can see it's primarily staffing, again, medication, operational, and overhead, but none of these are really outside of the norm of other public health entities. If you look at other private health entities, their budgets look their expenditures look very similar to this. And I mentioned in the previous slide about our cost-saving measures and our projection improved by $5 million in 3 months, which is pretty impressive. It is really outlined here for you. We're in full swing implementing these efforts and more at every location. And so I want to thank you for this time and this opportunity to share today.
Thank you. We'll extend this a couple minutes if there are questions from the audience.
Yes, we have one question from Dickie Rollins. What is the forecasted outcome or variance by adding the certified community behavioral health clinics? How will CCBHCs assist with the homelessness tied to SMI within the state?
So as far as the forecast, I can let Rebecca touch on that. The certified community behavioral health clinics are required to assist individuals and provide those 9 core services. And part of that will include assessing individuals for housing needs and assisting them with getting connected to other services and supports that can provide, sorry, I'm clicking through this quickly back to the beginning, but providing access to resources and services and support that could help unhoused individuals get access to additional supports.
Okay, thank you. We will now take a break and come back at 2:30 for the Office of Medicaid Policy and Planning.
Becky's got to get up.
Thank you all for attending the Indiana Family and Social Services Administration's quarterly financial review. Next up, we have the Office of Medicaid Policy and Planning with Deputy Director Lindsay Lux-Clemen. A quick reminder, if you have a question, please send it to the Ask the Secretary email address you see on the screen at askthesecretary@fssa.in.gov, or raise your hand and we will get you a note card to fill out. We will be reading the questions at the end of this presentation.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Lindsay Lux. I'm the Deputy Director and Chief of Staff for Medicaid, and I'm going to go ahead and introduce you to the team that will be going over our presentation today. First, we have Kathy Leonard. She is our Actuary and Director of Reimbursement. She will cover the Medicaid assistance portion. We have Katrina Etter, who is our Director of Clinical Operations, and Elizabeth Wall, who is our Pregnancy Promise Director. And then I will finish up along with Leslie Melton, our Controller, on the Medicaid assistance piece. I'm sorry, Medicaid administration. Kathy?
All right, thank you, Lindsay. So in terms of Medicaid assistance, we're going to walk you through the overall results, looking at both. First, the enrollment, the number of members that we covered for the year, and then our expenditures compared to the forecast. And then we are going to highlight, am I too far? We're going to highlight a few areas that we're watching closely in terms of future expenditures and growth. And then I'm going to turn it over to Leslie Melton to talk about funding and the managed care contracts. So if we go to the next, okay, great. In terms of an overview of the results, again, we're looking at the full fiscal year. We're comparing the actual results to what was forecast in the April Medicaid forecast. If we look at enrollment, the enrollment came in slightly below forecast, about 1.7% less than forecast, but the average enrollment was just slightly under 2 million Medicaid recipients. Now, I did want to note that this has been the most stable or flattest year of enrollment that we've had for Medicaid since prior to COVID, so fiscal year 2019. So we're sort of at a steady state from the years where the enrollment went up and now that it's come back down. So it's pretty flat. In terms of expenditures, our overall expenditures came in at 1.6% less than forecast, so at $20 billion, so slightly under forecast, which is a good result to have for the year. I do want to note, because one of the common questions we get around our results that we're presenting is that when we're showing expenditures, these are total expenditures that are funded by different sources. So some of them may be funded through federal dollars, state dollars, provider taxes. And if an area has a reduction in expenditures, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's savings for the state, because it could be an expenditure that is not funded by the state. So to see how the state funding came in, you'll have to wait for the results that Leslie is going to share, because we're going to be looking at the total overall results. So if we start with enrollment, our enrollment compared to forecast, the managed care enrollment was very close to forecast for all of our managed care programs. Overall, came in slightly below our forecast, 1.2% lower than forecast. But for the year, you can see at the bottom, we were on average covering 1.6 million members in all of our managed care programs. And again, all of them came in a little better than forecast. Our other group of members, the fee-for-service program, again, this program came in a little bit lower than forecast, 6.1% lower. And some of that has to do with retroactivity and the way that we count things. But overall, if you look in total across all our Medicaid programs, the enrollment came in 1.7%, slightly below forecast for the year. Now, before we go on to expenditures, I did want to talk a little bit about the managed care enrollment over programs, because in many of our other presentations, there's discussion of the number of Hoosiers that are served by the different programs. So we wanted to highlight that at the end of this year. So you'll see in this bar chart, we have two bars that are very high, very large, the Healthy Indiana Plan and Hoosier HealthWise. And then two of our managed care programs have much smaller enrollment. Now, I know a lot of you have been sitting here all day and you're looking at slides with very large numbers on it, and scale is sometimes hard to measure. So when we look at Hoosier HealthWise, and it says there's 760,000 children covered, one question is like, how big of a number is that? So how many children are there in Indiana? Who knows? This is an audience participation number. How many children are there in Indiana? Well, there's about 1.8 million. So Hoosier HealthWise covers close to 40% of those children. And we also cover children under our Hoosier Care Connect and Fee-for-Service program as well. So one metric you may have heard before is that we cover half of the babies born in the state. We cover half of the children. Those still are true metrics in terms of who we serve. The second largest enrollment we have is Healthy Indiana Plan, 690,000. So this covers healthy adults. I think you know my next question. How many adults are there in that 20 to 60 range in Indiana? Well, there's about 3.5 million. So when you look at this, the Healthy Indiana Plan covers generally 1 out of 5 Hoosiers. So for the year, we covered 1 out of 5 Hoosiers. I think one of our questions is, are the Healthy Indiana Hoosiers as healthy as the other 4 out of 5? And that's something we'd like to better understand. And then finally, our Pathways for Aging program, 117,000 members covered under that. So how many Hoosiers? There's actually a lot. There are about 1.6 million Hoosiers that are in that category. So the Pathways program covers 1 out of 13 Hoosiers in that age group. So what does that mean? That means the other 12 out of 13, they're healthier or they're wealthier, but they're not in that program. And this is a very frail population. And later when we get to expenditures, I think you'll see some of those numbers. So I'm going to ask everyone just to remember the way this chart looks, two large numbers and 2 small numbers. And we're going to compare how that's different when we get to the similar expenditures for these programs. So moving on to expenditures, if you look at the full year, most of our categories came in better than forecast: managed care, fee-for-service, other expenditures. Our manual expenditures came in a little higher than forecast, but overall, in total, we came in 1.6 less than forecast, and that's generally a good place to be, slightly under the forecast amount. So if we focus on managed care, you'll see here in terms of the total expenditures, the actual spend, about $14 billion, and that each of the programs is showing a positive variance. So they were all pretty close to forecast, but slightly under across all of those programs. All right, so here's our new chart. Hope everyone remembered the old chart. So the prior chart, Hoosier Health-wise, the children, the blue chart was the highest one. And when we look at expenditures across the program, Hoosier Health-wise isn't first, it isn't second, it comes in third. Third place in expenditures, but first place in enrollment. And why is that? Well, it's because children, healthy children, cost less than other members. So they cost about $300 a month to provide that coverage. They're our most affordable group. Healthy Indiana costs about twice as much, $600 a month. But the one that has the biggest change here, you see the pathways for aging, and those average about $3,000 a month, so 10 times as much as children. And if you were to look at, say, someone in a nursing facility, they cost about 40 times as much as a child. So you see the differences between the costs and the enrollment there. And one other thing to note as we're thinking about the future, our lowest cost group, the children, that population is growing very little, very slowly. And which is the fastest growing population? It's our older ones and that are pathways eligible. So that's one of the challenges we have to be ready for in the future. So again, quickly back to our expenditures. Fee for service, we came in better than forecast, 1.1%. We were better in most areas, including our institutional care and our state plan. We did have a few areas, a few of the waiver programs that came in slightly above forecast, but mainly across the board, we did see results that were better than forecast in fee-for-service for the year. The other expenditures came in better than forecast as well. The category here, pharmacy rebates, is usually the driver for this particular category. And again, we're doing better on pharmacy rebates than we had expected, and that's why we see a higher amount in that category. And then finally, we have manual expenditures. This is one of the areas where we actually had a spend that was higher than forecast, but many of these, if you're familiar with these programs, there's a DISH supplemental program, a nursing facility UPL program. A lot of these do not include any state funding. So to the extent that those expenditures come in a little different or a little higher, or there's some timing issues, it really doesn't impact our overall state general fund amount. One that we are working closely on is our FQHC expenditures. Those did come in total a little higher than expected. Again, I think we had some timing issues, but FQHCs are an area that we're going to be focusing on in the future. So going to our watch areas, so we have a couple of areas that we're focusing on. I know I opened the presentation with saying our enrollment had been the flattest it had been in several years, but in the last few months, we're actually seeing some declines in our Hoosier Health-wise and our HIP program. And we even in July, which is not part of this fiscal year, July, we're continuing to see declines. And those have to do with redetermination changes. And one of the things we're not sure about is if some of these people will drop off and come back on the program. But this is something we're going to have to include in our forecasting and our pricing for the future, what we think about those continued declines in those two particular programs. Our other two watch areas, and they've been on our list for some time now, one is the ABA therapy. This is an area where we continue to watch the results. On one chart, we have the number of recipients. The other, we have expenditures. do want to note the green line is managed care programs, and you'll see the recipients are growing faster than the expenditures under managed care. So that means each person is getting less hours of care. So we don't know if we're getting less acute people or if it's being managed closer, but this is an area we're going to continue to work on and see what we can do to control these costs in the future. And then our last watch area, and this is one that has been on our list for a while, is our attendant care services. And this bar chart really represents the expenditures, and it's broken out by the hours a week per service. So the top bright blue lines there, members that are getting 60 or more hours a week, that's an area we are focusing on decreasing the number that are in that category. And you can see we're making some good progress in that area, but we still have some more work to do. So it's a good down payment, but the work is not done yet. So I'm going to turn it over to Leslie Melton to discuss the funding summary.
Good afternoon. So this slide is illustrating the funding for the Medicaid assistance program and where we projected we would land at year end, June 2025. The forecast assumed that our shortfall would be at $220 million. We've landed at $187 million as our shortfall. And this is driven primarily by a decrease in expenditures, as well as the forecast overestimated or underestimated our IGTs. And this slide is just showing our major contracts for the Medicaid assistance program, which are all of our managed care organization contracts. The Healthy Indiana Plan and the Hoosier HealthWise Plan both have 4 managed care organization contractors, and the Pathways and Hoosier Care Connect programs have 3 managed care contractors. Contracts are, the contract value is based on enrollment and cap rates. The rates are revisited and adjusted every year based on experience.
The next part of the presentation is clinical operations. We will discuss the Pregnancy Promise Program, MCE quality performance. We will touch on the health plan ratings, health plan P4Os or pay for outcomes, and the financial achievements. And then we'll do a benefit deep dive into substance use disorder.
Thank you. So the Pregnancy Promise Program is available to pregnant and postpartum Medicaid members and their infants impacted by substance use disorders, primarily opioids. Participants receive enhanced case management and care coordination services through their Medicaid health plans during pregnancy and through 12 months postpartum. The Pregnancy Promise Program demonstrates strong potential to increase access to critical infant-child health care services, maternal health care services, substance use treatment, and behavioral health services, all without significantly increasing Medicaid costs, which was demonstrated by a program evaluation study completed earlier this year. In addition to supporting mothers' access to health care and substance use treatment services, this program supports mothers to gain employment, secure resources such as childcare, food and nutrition services, and permanent housing, thereby preventing interventions to address child safety concerns. Program funds initially came from a 5-year federal grant awarded through the Center for Medicaid Services, which concludes at the end of this calendar year. Subsequent federal funds have been secured through a new SAMHSA grant to sustain the program over the next several years, with opportunities to reapply for these SAMHSA funds in the future. Total enrollment beginning in July of 2021 through June 30th, 2025, has included 1,337 mothers served across the state
with 1,095 infants born. And I should note that many mothers were still pregnant at the time this data was reported. Enrollment has increased year over year, and the 4 Medicaid health plans responsible for delivering the case management and care coordination services are Anthem, CareSource, MDWise, and MHS. You can see on the slide the breakdown of Pregnancy Promise Program participants by Medicaid packages. So 88% are enrolled in HIP, 10% of Pregnancy Promise Program participants are enrolled in Hoosier HealthWise, and 2% in Hoosier Care Connect. In terms of expenditures for this program, FSSA staff includes a 1.0 full-time project director and 1.0 full-time project specialists. The contracts include the 4 MCEs I've just mentioned, as well as a contract for a 1.0 full-time Pregnancy Promise Program data scientist who helps track outcomes of mothers and infants in the program over time. There's also a contract with Indiana University Project ECHO to deliver virtual learning series for Indiana healthcare providers who care for and treat pregnant individuals with substance use disorders. And then 2 newer contracts with 2 different substance use treatment and mental health providers, Volunteers of America and Centerstone, who serve pregnant women in rural areas of the state. And these partnerships were part of the terms of the new SAMHSA grant, which was awarded to the Pregnancy Promise Program in the fall of 2024. So the admin and operating costs for the program consist of program supplies, printed outreach materials, website maintenance, and in-state travel to meet with healthcare providers and other referral sources. And then finally, this is a summary of the federal funds. You can see both funding available and encumbrances reflected in the fund balance, with plans for the unencumbered funds to go towards child care scholarships, right one? Yes. Okay, sorry. So you can see the funding available and the encumbrances, which are reflected in the fund balance. And then plans for the unencumbered funds will go towards child care scholarships for the children of the mothers in treatment and recovery services, and also plans to deliver a curriculum for new mothers who are survivors of trauma. So in summary, the program operates within the funding available. Thank you.
All right, so Pregnancy Promise is a standalone program. It's 100% federally funded. However, the rest of the presentation is going to be more broadly focused on our 4 Medicaid managed care programs who manage the healthcare services for all of our managed care members. Those are funded through state dollars and through the federal Medicaid assistance. The slide outlines which MCEs are contracted with each of our 4 managed care programs. In total, Indiana Medicaid contracts with 6, and they manage the care for around 1.6 million Hoosier Medicaid members. The state's committed to ensuring transparency and accountability for the quality of services provided to our members. The presentation will cover our MCE quality ratings, the pay for outcomes, and then current statistics on our services to address substance use disorder as of the most recent full calendar year, which was 2024. Contractually and as required in Indiana code, the MCEs have to maintain accreditation with NCQA, or the National Committee for Quality Assurance. It's an independent nonprofit organization that accredits health plans and other organizations to assess how well those organizations are meeting established benchmarks and standards of quality. The path to get accredited is not easy. It's a rigorous process that involves on-site visits, surveys, and reviews. Our health plans submit HEDIS, or Health Effectiveness Data and Information Set data, as well as CAPS data, which is the Consumer Assessment for Healthcare Providers and Systems, to NCQA annually, which is then used by NCQA to determine the plan's quality rating. And we refer to this as the NCQA Health Plan Star Rating. HEDIS is an industry standards tool for measuring performance for healthcare quality and includes over 90 measures across 6 domains of care. And then the CAHPS surveys measure the member experience with their health plan. Federal law requires that the state receives those accreditation results from the MCEs, and then Indiana Medicaid displays our MCE NCQA accreditation status and reports publicly on our quality and outcomes reporting webpage. So the slide is displaying our NCQA health plan star ratings as of the most recent report, which was in 2024. It does reflect data for 2023 for 5 of our 6 MCEs who are managing the H programs. The 6th MCE, if you were wondering, Humana, does not yet have an NCQA star rating for Indiana Medicaid due to entering the market in July of 2024 for Pathways. The first NCQA health plan rating for Pathways will be included as part of the overall NCQA star ratings in the September of 2026 report. And the 2024 ratings for the H programs will be available in September of this year. So essentially, the star ratings are on a 1 to 5 scale. 5 is the highest and 1 is the lowest. They're rounded to the nearest half point. So what do these scores mean and how do we compare to other states? The MCEs are ranging between a 3 and a 4 star, as you can see. So we would consider MedWise a low average with a 3 star. CareSource and MHS and United are average at 3.5 stars, and Anthem is above average at 4 stars. At a cumulative average of 3.5 stars, we can say that our MCEs are performing between the 50th and 66th percentile compared to health plans nationally. A 5-star rating is the top 10th. Only around 1% of health plans nationally typically achieve this rating. And currently, there are no Medicaid health plans in the nation with a 5-star NCQA rating. In the 2024 report, 45 of the 201 Medicaid health plans received a 4-star rating. One of those was Anthem Medicaid, again, our highest. Pay for outcomes. So the state incentivizes MCEs to improve quality through a performance-based pay for outcome contract structure. Contractually, the state gives MCEs who are meeting the state-identified performance measures the opportunity to earn back a percentage of their capitation funds that are withheld for the year. Each program's contract withhold percentage varies a little bit, but it's on average around 2% of the monthly capitation payment. Performance measures and priorities are established by the state, and those are based off of historical MCE performance toward targets that are established in our quality strategy plan. The performance measures are identified in the contracts, and they include the state's prioritized HEDIS measures, as well as a few state-defined measures. We define our measures based on priority initiatives, as well as our managed care program goals. For each performance measure, there are tiers of withhold available to be earned, and the MCs can earn a certain percentage of that performance withhold that is at risk. So this slide shows a few examples, so 3 current quality P4O measures for each of our programs in 2025. This is just a subset, so Hoosier HealthWise has 10 total quality P4Os, Hoosier Care Connect and HIP contracts have 8, Pathways has a total of 4. The quality P4Os listed under Pathways on the slide are updated for the 2025 and 2026 contract years. This slide shows the total percentage of payout for all of the P4O performance measures by the MCEs per program. The years in the graphs are capturing data years, not payout years. The performance measure data in those years are reviewed against the NCQA benchmarks in the following year, and then payouts happen the year after that. So for example, the 2023 data is reviewed in 2024. The withhold payouts are issued in 2025. The graph is again showing that MedWise has had the lowest achievement in quality, with their payout being lower than all of the other health plans each year. Anthem and CareSource have achieved the highest in quality, and United and MHS are again in the middle. No MCE has earned 100% of the withhold. There is room for each MCE to improve. Some MCEs have shown an improvement trend year over year. Others have had stronger and weaker years. All of the MCs are not represented in each program in each year, if you're wondering, because of the varying contract awards with each MCEs. So not all MCEs are contracted with every program in every year. United, for example, was only contracted with Medicaid for HCC in 2022 and 2023. So now that we've talked about quality broadly, we'd like to take a deeper dive into the services that are offered through Medicaid for the treatment of substance use disorder, or SUD. At a high level, Indiana Medicaid offers inpatient level of care, partial hospitalization programs, residential programs, pharmacy services, outpatient services, and 1915I services. 1915I is referring to a section of the Social Security Act. It allows states to offer HCBS services through the state plan. And those services are to help members address specific needs, some of which are used for members with SUD. As a note there, the 1915I programs and MRO, or Medicaid Rehabilitation Option Services, are carved out of managed care, and those do get reimbursed through fee-for-service. This is a snapshot of our membership data for SUD in calendar year of 2024 for all of our programs. So in total, we had 254,000 members who had billed claims with an associated SUD diagnosis. Almost 60% of those members, or 148,645, were in HIP. From there, our next highest member count was Hoosier HealthWise, then Fee-for-Service, Hoosier Care Connect, and then lastly in Pathways. Of the 254,000 members, 121,507 were actively receiving treatment for SUD in the calendar year of 2024. So that means that not all members with a captured SUD diagnosis on a claim were receiving active SUD treatment. That could be due to a number of factors, such as having recovered or just being lost to treatment for reasons that might be unique to the member's situation. The sub-breakdowns for members receiving treatment followed a slightly different pattern. Similar to total members diagnosed with SUD, the majority receiving treatment, about 73%, were enrolled with HIP, but from there, the next highest was Fee-for-Service, then Pathways, then HCC, and lastly, Hoosier HealthWise. The slide represents total cost, so it's inclusive of both the state and federal shares, and shows that approximately $551 million was spent in calendar year 2024 for SUD services. The largest expenditures fell to HIP, in alignment with the member volume that we saw in that category. And the second highest were seen in fee-for-service, which accounts to the next highest active treatment subgroup, but also factors in the numerous SUD services that we mentioned on the prior slide that are carved out and reimbursed through fee-for-service only.
All right, we will round up our presentation walking through the Medicaid administration. The Office of Medicaid Policy and Planning spends less than 1% of Medicaid funds on administration. So in general, the costs incurred by states for admin are reimbursed federally at a 50% match. There are, however, some categories that are reimbursed higher, as you can see here. These categories do require advance approval through CMS, typically through an APD or advanced planning document process. The Medicaid admin budget is, you can really think about it as 4 separate accounts. Some of those are just due to the funding mechanism, but some of those are also just due to what we want to be able to track and how we want to be able to track it. So the first is CHIP, the Children's Health Insurance Program. These are the general operating costs associated with CHIP, and CHIP is reimbursed at a higher federal match at 75%. The next is the Healthy Indiana Plan. The Healthy Indiana Plan is reimbursed federally at 50% and up to 90% for that expansion population. The Indiana Prescription Plan, which is commonly referred to as Hoosier RX, is not a Medicaid program in that there are no federal funds supporting it. It is state funds, and it is funded by the Tobacco Master Settlement. We are paying for the Medicare Part D premiums for around 150 individuals, seniors in need. And lastly, everything else falls into that Medicaid admin piece. Similar to HIP, the Medicaid admin bucket is funded at 50% to 90% federally. So this chart represents state fiscal year 25 expenditures. As you can see, the majority of the Medicaid admin is spent in vendor contracts at 91%. 9% is spent on staff salary and benefits, and then less than 1% on other admin costs. Our summary adjusted forecast is shown here. What I would like to call your attention to is in that second row in the contracts line. So we closed state fiscal year 25 with a fund balance of $33 million. The vast majority of that is just due to timing and how contracts are invoiced and paid. So similar to the presentation that you heard earlier today by the Division of Aging, where they explained they would be carrying state fiscal year 25 funds into state fiscal year 26, we will do the same. So the funds were encumbered during state fiscal year 25. We'll just be paying those invoices out in state fiscal year 26, and you'll see some of that in our future presentations. What we did end the year with here between federal and state funding is for Medicaid admin, we ended with 60% federal, 37% state funds, and 3% dedicated. Those dedicated funds are the cigarette tax and the tobacco master settlement funds. The provider application fee line, if you see that, the red's a good thing. It means we are bringing money in there. Those are fees that some of the provider classes pay in order to enroll in the Indiana Medicaid program. Those funds are used to offset our other expenditures. Medicaid staffing, we are currently operating with 110 employees. We are actively recruiting and looking to fill positions. If any of you or you have friends with Medicaid or managed care experience, I encourage you to look at the workforindiana.in.gov website for those opportunities. These are the major contracts for Medicaid administration. I reviewed all of them in depth at the last session, but I will just point out, when you see that current balance, those are the funds that I talked about being encumbered and being spent in the next state fiscal year. The Division of Aging presentation earlier, which talked about the level of care, you can actually see that here, the Maximus in the second row, that is that LCAR contract. Well, the Division of Aging and Division of Disability and Rehabilitative Services manages that contract and oversights that function. The money is coming from Medicaid. We are actively looking to reduce contract cost, and we have been renegotiating these contracts with these vendors and look forward to some savings in state fiscal year 26 and 27 for the biennium. Finally, the Medicaid has served as a pass-through from state general fund dollars to the Health and Hospital Corporation of Marion County to the tune of $38 million annually. That has been paid in 4 installments. The last budget bill took away these funds, and so we will no longer be doing this. The last payment of $9.5 million was made in April of 2025. So you won't see this slide in future presentations. And that concludes our presentation.
No questions. Marcus, are you back there?
Have no fear, I am here. We actually didn't have any questions submitted. So we will take a break, and the secretary will begin his presentation that I know everyone's been waiting for at 3:30.
We're really appreciative of it, and I hope that it gives you a better sense of where we've been. In the next 30 minutes or so, I hope to give you a sense of where we're going. So, we are all on the FSSA. Very few people are here because they are not on the FSSA. And, can you flip back one? At least for today, I am Admiral Mitch Robe. So, I'm going to spend a little bit of time on some of the changes that we see coming out of the big, beautiful bill. And then I'm going to spend a fair amount of my day-to-day talking about kind of what we see both in the upcoming fiscal year and the fiscal years following in terms of how that will affect our ability to provide services to those in need in Indiana. So first of all, I'm going to start with some changes that we're making in SNAP. As you know, work requirements, we're still waiting FDA guidance on those. We expect those soon, but those won't really affect us in this biennium. The only biennial change that we're seeing is the increase in state costs. So the state, starting, as I mentioned earlier, it seems like several hours ago, because it was, this morning in the DFR presentation, the state of Indiana needs to find approximately $36 million in state general revenue fund to allow us to fund SNAP. We obviously are not going to get rid of SNAP. SNAP is too vital a component for those who are food insecure in Indiana. The next one is childcare, and I think Adam did a really good job of discussing the issues that surround childcare in the state of Indiana. We remain determined to keep the same amount of, to make sure if you have a voucher today, that you continue to have a voucher tomorrow. That is no small task for Adam to do. Unfortunately, as I think we articulated this morning, what that means is we are not adding any additional children who are in need of child care. We simply do not have the funds to do that, and that is a shame. We've got some things coming out of the big beautiful bill which are helpful, we think. One is they've appropriated $5 billion or $50 billion, well, a lot of money, $50 billion for rural health, $10 billion a year for each of 5 years. We think our relative take on that would be about $200 million a year. And we're putting together an informal committee with inside of FSSA, the Department of Health, some legislators and stakeholders to start to come up with ideas about how those dollars will be spent. CMS has indicated to us that we will be receiving, quote, guidance from them in sometime in September, and that they want us to submit this in November. Well, candidly, we don't think that's quite enough time to gain the input that we need for those programs. So, yeah, thanks, Marcus. So we've gotten some initial pieces. These are some of the things that it can be used for. But we have to remember that this is cliffed money. In other words, you get a cliff, right? And we don't want to end up in the same situation where we are in childcare, where we virtually drove the program off the cliff. So we're going to be very careful about how we suggest those dollars be used. There's the Healthy Indiana Plan 3.0. Some of you have heard this joke before. My wife came up with the notion that Indiana needs a hip replacement, and she insists on getting credit for that line. So if you're going to quote me, Kara, make sure you quote, you give that credit to my wife. There clearly will be work requirements, and we're planning on doing work requirements effective on the July 1st of next year. And we have a sense of how that might look. We'll be talking a lot about that in the in the first part of next year. And we're hopeful that CMS allows us to include a benefit redesign in that package, much the way we did in the original Healthy Indiana plan, where we put in carrots and sticks to incentivize health. Whether or not CMS allows us to do that and whether the big beautiful bill allows us to do that, I think we're still waiting for guidance from them on that. So this is the most kind of impactful slide I want you guys to take away with today, because I think it's going to summarize what our challenges are and where in the programs that we are. So for those who don't know, Medicaid is not a program. Medicaid, in fact, is, last I looked, 46 separate distinct categorical eligibilities. So, and we've piled them, we've lumped them into some big lumps. The first of those big lumps is the Healthy Indiana plan. In 2017, we were spending about $2.9 billion. This year, we're going to spend, in 2027, we estimate about $7.5 billion. Now, that's a lot of money, but those dollars are primarily funded through the hospital assessment fee. So, candidly, the General Assembly less concerned about the cost growth trajectory there. We talked, the OMPP folks talked a little bit about Hoosier Healthwise and Hoosier Care Connect. You can read pregnant women and children, funded almost exclusively with state general revenue fund dollars. A lot of people on that program. You know, those two programs together, we've 864,000 people on those programs, but they're relatively inexpensive, as Kathy referenced, right? So our ability to squeeze cost savings out of that is limited, right? A relatively healthy child is pretty inexpensive to care for. Now let's look over here at our fee-for-service and pathways program. That fee-for-service, and I combined them because they were recently split apart, one, and secondly, they're relatively speaking similar populations. They're a very high-need population. So just at a fairly high level, the cost for fee-for-service back in 2017, $4.2 billion. 2027, $11.3 billion. The number of participants, 347,000 up to 534,000. So unfortunately, we're going to have to focus on how do we create a care model that we can afford for this patient population, because we can't afford that care model. Let me show you what general fund revenue spending is done. Now, the general revenue fund can be spent on one of two things. Really, that's the board of the state budget comes down to two things: Medicaid and education. So back in 2017, we were spending $2.1 billion out of the general revenue fund. Fast forward to 2027, we'll be spending roughly $5 billion out of the general revenue fund. That's an increase of 134% over roughly a decade. I will tell you the general revenue fund grew nowhere near that quickly. So the people in this room and the people listening on television, on the YouTube channel, need to be aware that we have got to figure out ways to create a long-term delivery system that we can afford. Let me talk about some of the cost growth trajectory things that have happened over the course of the last decade so you can see where some of these costs came from. Kathy talked a little bit about ABA therapy. ABA therapy, the last time I was here, we did not have ABA therapy in the state of Indiana. ABA therapy started sometime around 2016. 2017, we were spending $21 million on ABA therapy. That number has grown, by 2023, that number has grown to $611 million. $611 million. That's what is that, a 2,000+% increase over that period of time? If you take a look at attendant care, back in 2000, let's take June of 2021, this is on a per month basis, we were spending about $14 million a month on attendant care. Let's go over here and look at, say, April of 2024. We're spending about $85 million a month on attendant care. Do you think we can afford this? Do you think we can continue to afford that? Back here, in April of 2021, we're probably spending $3 million on care for people who are getting 60 hours a week of care. Go over here, we're spending $30 million a month on people getting over 60 hours a week of care. Go ahead, next. So this is the growth of another huge increase in expenses that we've had in a relatively short period of time. Just looking at calendar years, 2021, we were spending less than $300 million on federally qualified health centers. Move forward to calendar year 2024, we're spending over $500 million on federally qualified health centers. General revenue, and these are general revenue fund dollars. There's some HIP money in there too, but a lot of this is general revenue fund dollars. Almost all of the dollars, by the way, in attendant care, the match is a general fund dollar. And unfortunately, very few of our programs have any quality metrics. As Nobel Prize winner Milton Friedman said, one of the greatest mistakes is to judge policies and programs by their intentions rather than their results. And I had a difficult conversation this week with the Indiana Hospital Association where I compared and contrasted how much we were spending on health care in hospitals 20 years ago versus today. And our health care outcomes as a state have not moved nearly as much as the expenses have. So this is the last buffalo hunt. Some of you are aware, many of you are likely aware that we have submitted to the United States federal government at CMS, we've submitted something called the Managed Care Assessment Fee tax. We've submitted a change in the way we are doing the hospital assessment fee. We've decided to maximize that tax at 6% and exempt the county hospitals and have the county hospitals backfill that with some IGT, so we significantly increase how much money we're pulling down, because that 6% number, whatever number we start at, that's going to get cut to 3.5% over the next 8 years. So whatever money we get back, however good or bad Governor Braun and I are at going to Washington, D.C. and capturing this federal money, right? That's the money we have to spend. That's why it's the last buffalo hunt. We're not going to be, they're taking the Medicaid program, they're putting it in a box, and they're putting the box in the freezer and locking the freezer. That's what we have to spend. We can decide that we don't like that answer, but we cannot escape that answer. So this is a chart that many of you see when the Budget Committee meets. This is Medicaid spend for 2017 to 2021. And here's our number, $2.1 billion in general revenue fund number. That was the number that was on the slide, on the previous slide, one of the previous slides. And then we go up to the current forecast. And the current forecast, well, there it is, $5 billion of general revenue fund money. We think, thanks to the efforts that we have been going on inside the agency, that we can get to that number. That's $250 million less than we originally thought it would be. Because when the revenue forecast came out, the revenue forecast was not kind to us, right? And the General Assembly said, you're going to have to make do with $250 million less. And we put together a plan to get there. And that plan, oh, by the way, these days are over. That plan, here's what we've done so far. We've ended Medicaid advertising. We're reducing administrative contracts. We've discontinued TANF funding for the JAG program. We've canceled early childhood out-of-school learning kids IT project. We've launched an ABA therapy task force to constrain that cost growth trajectory. Most of you are aware that we're prior author, that in the budget bill gave us the ability to constrict to prior auth mental health drugs, to constrict the 340B program, and to discontinue certain contracts in OECOSL and other places in the organization. We will make the $4.9 billion. We may, and we are likely to have some other changes over the course of this biennium, but we believe we have it in our ability to get there, right? It will not be pleasant, but we can get to that number. The more difficult question is this one. Where's the 2027? This should say 2027. So imagine, so let's say this, instead of 2025, that says 2027, right? That's the forecast that somebody or me will be providing the General Assembly during the course of the budget cycle, the next budget cycle. Traditionally, the way Indiana has built its Medicaid budget is gone to talk to its actuary and it said, okay, how much is the Healthy Indiana plan going to cost? Well, $6.3 billion. How much is Hoosier Care Connect going to cost? $1.5 billion. How much is Pathways going to cost? How much is fee-for-service non-LTSS going to cost? How much is Medicaid buy-in going to call back? How much? What's all that stuff going to cost? And in 2023, that added up to $17 billion. And then it went and said, okay, how much can we get? How much can we get from federal funds? How much can we get from IGTs? How much can we get from provider tax receipts? How much can we get from HAF funding? How much can we get from HIP funding? How much can we get from the QAF? So what's left? Well, if you look at this, you got $17 million a need, you got $15 billion of revenue, so you have a plug number. And that plug number is the General Revenue Fund, traditionally. That plug number was $2.9 billion, or a 26% increase. We are not going to, that is not how we're going to build the 28-29 budget. We're going to build the 28-29 budget much differently. We're going to solve for 2%, because that's what the General Revenue Fund is going to grow at. Because that's all we can afford. So we're going to work very hard, and we're going to have to work with each and every one of you to find ways to live inside of that 2% number. This is not an easy task, but it is a task that we will have no choice but to accomplish. That 2% number, that's a tough one to get to. My first time around, just so you're aware, the first time I did this, Medicaid was growing at 10%. After my first budget, it grew at 1%. So we got there then, we can get there now. So we will engage all of you in helping us find mechanisms to get to that 2%. Because every dollar we spend to a hospital is a dollar we don't send to a school. Every dollar we give to a doctor is a dollar we don't give to a teacher. And that's the real struggle we have today, right? Which is we've got to control the cost growth trajectory of Medicaid, or we cannot have a well-funded, thriving school system. I did not expect applause. Happy to answer questions if you have them.
Yes, we have two questions. One, could you talk a little bit about the thinking behind having a cost-sharing element in the Healthy Indiana plan?
Yes, I can. It's the law, the federal law.
Another question, could you talk about the existence of wait lists for many of our Medicaid programs and what we're doing in general to decrease those? Why do they exist?
Well, they exist because we don't have enough money. And hopefully, by working with all of you, we can begin to decrease the cost of care. And by decreasing the cost of care, we can move people off wait lists into care. I don't have any more Fort Wayne development centers to close. We closed, my first time here, we closed the Fort Wayne Development Center. We had wait lists, right? We saved so much money closing the Fort Wayne Development Center and closing Muscatatuck. We were able to take literally, was it hundreds or thousands? There was a ton of people. We ended the wait list, right? I got to do that once. I don't have that pool of money that's being tremendously underutilized to use any longer. So we're back to a care model we can afford, right? So we have built, unfortunately, a care model, right, that we cannot afford in the out years. And we can do this with some degree of gradualness, but we've got to get there, right? We don't have to get there tomorrow, but we got to get there.
One last question. Do you personally see any solutions to reducing costs in the care model?
To some degree, well, I mean, right now I've got right now we have three tools, right? We can decrease eligibility, we can decrease provider reimbursement, or we can decrease the amount of care each individual gets for a specific period of time, right? We're hoping that we can use some AI magic to find different ways to do this. That has been effective in other industries. I've yet to see it be effective in healthcare, but we will try. But we're going to need your help to find ways to deliver care in a model that we can afford.
And one final question. What is the future of CCBHCs in Indiana?
Well, I think Sarah had some slides earlier today that started looking at quality metrics. So we looked at those quality metrics, and we've seen, in terms of timeliness, we've seen some improvement, right? What we necessarily haven't seen improvement in is service mix. We still have a service mix which is overwhelmingly not about treatment, but about skills training. So the answer is we'll see. If we continue to evaluate and work with CCBHCs and we find better outcomes, then we will do our best to expand CCBHCs. If we do not see those better outcomes, then we will not continue down the path with CCBHCs. That's why we have a pilot, right? We have a pilot because we want to see how it works, and when we see how it works, we'll make choices. I can take questions from the floor, Marcus, if people have them.
I have one. Raise your hand, please.
Just a minute. Thank you.
I have a pretty loud voice, too. The switch to skills training in the community mental health space was really part of the 2010 transformation. Why the switch back now when that can be such a critical part of engaging in the community and receiving treatment?
Well, I'm not unalterably opposed to skills training. But when a CCBHC has 80% of their revenue from skills training, it suggests to us that they are overly dependent on skills training, which pays extremely well. So here's an example, right? You're paying that person at a CCBHC, and I may get the numbers marginally wrong, but they will be directionally correct. Let's say you're paying that person who's providing the skills training, you're paying that individual $20 an hour, and you're billing $100 an hour. So you're getting a tremendous, so that seems to be a bit out of whack, right? That's our opinion. We're happy to listen to others who feel it's not out of whack. But in terms of creating a care delivery model that somebody asked me, do I have a place where I think we could save money? Well, yes, that's a place where we might look. Another place would be what we're paying FQHCs, the dollars. We're paying some FQHCs 6 to 10 times as much as we're paying Anthem, rather, as we're paying hospitals in their outpatient clinics to take care of HIP and Hoosier Healthwise patients. Is that really a good? I mean, it's cost-based reimbursement. It's completely, from what we can tell, it's completely legal. But is it waste, fraud, or abuse? Yes, ma'am. Just wait for Marcus. He's quick. Gonna have a scooter down here. Oh, sorry, I'll get you.
Oh, hello, sorry. Do you foresee there being issues with Medicaid going to require the working obligations versus the children that are on the wait list? Do you foresee that being an issue with the parents not being able to work because their child is on a wait list?
Well, there are a lot of exemptions, and I don't know if that's one particularly. But hey, Marcus, she has a question. But the lady here, so when we looked at our population, and I think Lindsay's in the room and will tell me where I misspeak. If you look at that our initial look at the HIP population, right, call it 700,000 people, right? Roughly speaking, 62% of the HIP population is exempt, okay? So that means that the other population has to be doing one of two things, either being in school or for some number of hours, which seemed like a little low to me personally, but that's not my opinion. That's my opinion, which doesn't make any difference. Or working at least 80 hours a month. That made up the other 38%. So if people prove to us that there were, we don't anticipate, we are hopeful that there is not a significant erosion in the HIP program because of the work requirement. That is not my intent. It's not the governor's intent. It is the intent to make sure that people are working, and they have to show that to us. So the answer to your question is I don't think that will be an issue, but it's a good question. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, in the large picture of cost cutting, Medicaid waiver is keeping the elderly at home as long as they can, not to incur the larger cost of going to assisted living or skilled care.
No.
Where do you see the Medicaid waiver program in the future?
Right, that's a great question. That is an excellent question. I hope everybody heard that. So we all have had experiences with aging loved ones, right? And they would all, and I've yet to meet one that said, you know what, I love a lovely home, I could continue to live here, but I'd really rather go live in a nursing home. Right? Those are words which have never been spoken, right? So we want to keep that person, help that person stay in that facility, in that home, as long as they possibly can. But I'm going to caveat that, right? at some point in time, it becomes more cost-effective for us to care for that person in an assisted living facility or in a nursing home. And to your point about wait lists, or somebody else's point about wait lists, if we're spending 60 hours a week, 80 hours a week, helping that individual live in their homes, we're not using that dollar on another patient who's on the wait list who's getting no care. So that's the difficult, I mean, as I said earlier this week, if this were easy, they'd send the children to do it, right? But it isn't, right? We've built a care model. Maybe it's a COVID care model, but the COVID care dollars that funded that model and the growth trajectory, they went away. We all know they went away, right? We are where we are. Let's not complain about it. Let's not moan about it. Let's get at the business of creating a care model that we can afford. Yes, sir.
Thanks for taking questions from the floor. Appreciate that. I've got a couple. One is there any reason or rationale to continue to pay, this is probably controversial and unpopular, sorry. Is there any reason or rationale to continue to pay attendant care above and beyond a certain hour threshold? You mentioned that there's still a proliferation of folks that are doing 60 hours or more. So that's question number one. And then question number two is, surely other states, especially Medicaid expansion states, are going to be grappling with this over the next several years as the provider tax match gets titrated down. Are we in consortium with any states to learn lessons from models that might be in planning for future state, or might be something that we could adopt here in Indiana?
First of all, stop calling me Shirley. Sorry. First question is, you know, as I referenced earlier, I think there's got to be a rational limit to the amount of care that we're giving. I mean, is that limit to say, you know, if it's 40, again, these numbers are going to be directionally correct, but I think it's $47,000 a year to stay in an assisted living is the kind of going rate for assisted living. If we're paying more than that to stay at home, is that a good use of our dollars when we're not funding somebody else's need, right? And that's kind of where we are now, right? At the same time, when you've seen that enormous growth in 60 hours, right? What you've done is you've created a dependency, right? You've created a dependency, so that person who might have been able to live longer at home, now you've created a dependency, right? And pulling the rug out from under them is not something that we're particularly interested in doing unless it becomes absolutely critical for us. So we'd rather deal with it going in than going out. The other question is on the 3.5 on the 6 to 3.5 on the provider tax. And what does that do to us? Well, until we know what our start rate is, right, which is until we know, will CMS allow us to maximize what we're getting out of the hospital assessment fee? Will they allow us to have the county hospitals put up the IGT that they would have otherwise put up, so we really balloon that number up, and then we slide down from there? We won't know how bad our problem is because CMS has acknowledged that importantly, CMS has acknowledged that they have received the documents that we submitted, which means, you know, we're in the game to negotiate. We had to get it in by July 3rd, but we don't have feedback except informally that said, yeah, we'll let you do that. Well, I would like more than, yeah, we'll let you do that. And yes, we talked to other states.
Thank you for being here. We hear you say you want to work with us, you want to collaborate with us. obviously everybody took time out of their day to come here and be here with you as well. How do you suggest we best do that? I know there's organizations within this room, there's individuals that are parts of groups within this room. How do you suggest that we best be able to have those conversations with you so you can ask us questions and we
Right.
can ask you questions?
Right, thanks. So, in the space that you're engaged in, right, there's the Arc of Indiana that we deal with. We prefer to have effective, this is self-evident, right? I cannot talk to 2 million Medicaid recipients and their families. That's not, that's impossible. So that's why people form organizations, right, to petition us on whatever the issue is. So the Arc of Indiana, INARF, on the provider side, and on an informal basis, if you have a group of people who wants to get together with me or some folks that work with me to talk about mechanisms by which you feel we can decrease the cross-growth trajectory, we're open to that, right? The first time I was here, well, Kim Dotson couldn't be here today, and I think she's the only one. She's the only survivor. No, Steve's here. Sorry. Yeah, but you didn't have to live through the first time. But Steve did. So we cooperated we worked pretty closely with the industry, and they brought us ideas. And one of the things that we did then, and I would be hopeful, and I'm hopeful to do now, is the agency, for better or worse, has silos, right? There's kind of a DD world, there's kind of a mental health world, right? Those worlds exist. When John Dickerson, who was then running the ARC, would bring me ideas, I said, John, I'm going to keep this money inside of your silo, because they were more apt to bring me deals than if I didn't go give it to hospitals. Yeah, do you think you're getting picked on? So that's where all the stuff we did the first time I was here, with the exception of the Healthy Indiana Plan, I plagiarized from provider groups and interest groups. And I tried to give them credit for it.
We have a question that was submitted online from David Dorner. What approach do you see happening with the executive order regarding homelessness and its applicability to mental health conditions in terms of attaining additional funding for care?
Yeah. Well, there are parts of that order which I think are that are a little troubling, honestly. Reinstitutionalization, the notion of reinstitutionalization is not something that I think we could afford, first of all, or is efficacious. So I would invite you to visit Steve's office if you're welcome. And what you will find there is a bell. And Steve, why don't you explain how that bell was made? Right. So if you go to a mental health hospital, we take much better care today of people who are in mental health hospitals, but still not the ideal situation. So we've got a lot of work to do in that space. Yes, sir.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Art Fuller from Hamilton Center. And I was a school principal for 10 years, and so that slide you have up there is really, really meaningful. Has there been some consideration that oftentimes the dollar that you spend on mental and behavioral health actually helps both the school and the teacher? Because that dollar, it impacts both of them.
Yeah, the great example of that is ABA. I'll just use ABA therapy is an example, right? The ability to allow that parent, that child, their parents, the school that they attend, and their community to deal with that person, that individual much more effectively is a great example of what you reference. And I'm not against these things. I want to recognize realistically the budgetary constraint that we have in the out years. We'll get through 2027, right? It's 2028 and 2029. We have to start planning for now to get there. So so on ABA therapy, we have 4-year-olds. Were you a school principal? Were you a principal for what grade level? Okay, all right. So most of the people who are receiving ABA therapy in Indiana are individuals who maybe are 4 or 5 to 7, 8, right? How many hours a week can a 4 or 5-year-old really obtain therapy that's valued when we're paying that therapist $65 an hour? 40? We're prescribing 40 hours for people. Do they really benefit from 40 hours at that price? It's difficult. I'm not saying nobody does, but that's a really high price when you've got wait lists. And that's, you get into the program, when you get into the program, you get the best there is. But when you're outside, you got nothing. And we'd like to even that out a bit. All right, again, thank you I'm sorry. Okay. Zoe.
Hi, Mitch. Thank you again for the transparency. And when you say in your goal with the 2%, are you also wanting thoughts and ideas from us regarding how we can reduce administrative burden and those costs
absolutely.
That both the state and providers could do more efficiently? So, because we are working on a business plan to give to you with some of those thoughts. So I wanted to make sure you are open to hearing that with that 2%.
Absolutely.
And then just secondly, just because I am proudly representing all the community mental health centers in the state with about 5,000 of those staff being skills trainers, it is very much treatment. And we want to have a voice to that, and it does impact lives, and it does improve the outcomes. And so if we could flesh that statement out, it is part of the treatment continuum.
I fully appreciate that. You know far more about that than I do, right?
Okay,
and I'm not going to. But you saw that sheet that I think Kathy pulled it up, right? It had skills training at 57%, and the agreed upon goal was 30. Okay, going from 57% to 30%. That's a nearly cutting in half skills training, and that's not my number, right? That's the number you guys agreed to.
Yeah,
So
and I think that solution is around workforce and how do we improve our workforce to get to those percentages as well. So that's a conversation I think we'll be able to have more too.
As I mentioned earlier, the map that laid out, right? That map over time, we're going to get there. We're not going to get there next Tuesday, but we need to know in 2028, 2029, what we want that to look like, and how do we map out a roadmap to get to that number, whatever that number is.
Thank you.
I know you want to leave, so I'll just take one more question.
We've got one back here, and then that'll be the last one.
No, she's a question.
Hi. So my question is, I heard you talking about wanting to get kids into therapy and not having wait lists, and how many kids could get services through the schools. And one of my concerns I have is specifically about recreation therapy on the HCBS waivers, specifically the FSW and the CIH. I've personally helped build over 200 rec therapy caseloads throughout my career. And through that, in understanding what it takes to build a full-time caseload, you have to have individuals that are available during the day, as well as after school kiddos. And we definitely want to serve them, but my concern with the potential caps is that we aren't going to have enough day clients to be able to support the current number of therapists we have, and we're going to have therapists that are going to leave. Those day clients are going to get absorbed into other caseloads, and the kids are going to go back on the wait list and bottleneck it. So my question is, what's the state's plan for addressing that compounding issue that more kids are actually probably going to end up back on the wait list for therapies on the HCBS, and because of therapist burnout and scheduling limitations, what's the state's plan for that?
Well, first of all, thanks for bringing that up. Secondly, anytime you do this, there's a water balloon effect, right? You squeeze one part, I think what you're saying, right? Is you squeeze one part, it just goes someplace else, right? And what happens there? The answer is we're gonna continue to think about it. As you know, we've not made a final decision. We put out a plan and we wanted input. My guess is that you provided some input. Just a suspicion. So we'll continue and we'll understand. We'll do our best to understand roundly what that happens. We had a meeting with some folks yesterday, and Brian Arrowwood is in the room. He's our IT guy, and he was talking about he was talking about understanding not just the effect on that patient, but the effect on the provider, and how that affects what effects that creates. So healthcare is really complicated, and as I referenced before, if we're easy, we would send the children. Marcus?
Hi there, Meredith Hackler here with WRTV. I've been asking you all the questions about the wait list, and one big reason is because we get a lot of questions about it. And one of the biggest questions that I get is, how are you making the decision when it comes to taking someone off of a wait list? A lot of people have died on the wait list, specifically those of the elderly age. So how are you guys making those decisions?
Well, we have and Kathy can correct me where I'm wrong, or Director Mitchell, is she here? Oh, you bit me. So you guys correct me if I misspeak, all right? So we have reserve waivers, right? So we have reserve spots on the waiver. So for the sake of this conversation, there's, let's say, unfortunately, the parents of a disabled 50-year-old who's been cared for at home, they pass away, right? So we have emergency spots for those people, right? So one of the frustrations that folks who are waiting on the waiver say, well, when am I going to get on? When am I going to get on? When am I going to get on? And it's a perfectly understandable frustration. Unfortunately, we try to make a choice about the people who are an absolute critical, like they have no place to go, or a disabled adult with no place to go. We're going to get them onto the waiver. So we make decisions based on, to some degree, acuity, and to some degree, the length of time they've been on the waiver. Is that relatively accurate? Directionally accurate?
All right, thank you.
Can I just finish it? So the other thing, the interesting part about the waiver wait list is, and that waiver wait list was started a year ago? When did that? April of 24. So it's a little more than it's maybe a little more than a year old. The percentage, so once we invite you, an individual, off the wait list, right? And we go through all the LCAR process, we go through all the other processes, we only are able to get 40% of those people onto the waiver. So there's a tremendous amount of attrition. Unfortunately, some of them, that attrition happens because they've passed away. It's a relatively few number, but I'm not going to say it doesn't ever happen. But folks then decide they don't want to be on the waiver. So one of the things that we're trying to do now on that waiver wait list is to say to people, listen, if you're serious about being on the waiver, right, sign up for the waiver wait list. But otherwise, you're taking someone else's spot, and that spot, you've got that spot for 180 days. We used to give you 360, right? We cut that to 180 days. But that means someone else is, if you're not serious about it, it's just not right to be trying to get on the waiver if you're not, if you know you're not going to qualify, and B, if you've changed your mind. All right, again, thank you very much for being here, for spending your time with us. We're always welcome your input. We won't always agree, but we'll do it civilly. Thank you.